Ese chamo gana su carrera, weón.
Pero lo que no fue los pasteles. Ese es el hombre regala.
Mira, a su mecha.
¿Ah?
Mira la.
Marico, no le paré bola al ley que mandó, el TikTok que mandó Ryan, weón. La segunda, ¿quién fue que ganó en la segunda? Tampa.
Segunda en Tampa.
¿Sí?
No tengo idea.
Ah, sí, no, lo metió el de Samuel Mariste. Y también entre la rata había metido el 9 y también.
¿Sí?
Sí, marico, mira.
You know, on days like the Pacific Classic, are you a little bit more excited to get to the barn? Sure. But a lot of it is just being worried. You just want everything to go right. It's right here. Ready? Show them love, they give you love right back. Looks like a winner, doesn't it? So far this morning, everyone on the team, all the humans are doing great, the horses are doing great, so we're looking forward to a big afternoon. Here we go.
I think it's going to be a big performance for Pavel, one of the main rivals for Seeking the Soul. But Quip getting some play because he's really getting better each and every start.
Trainer Rudy Brisset and Quip both seeking their first Grade 1 victory.
Hey, be nice.
And for how much talk we've had of Quip being a handful, he seems cool, calm, and collected.
Be nice. My name is Rodolphe Brisset. Was a jockey for a couple of years. And then I got too heavy, so been training for 2 years and a half on my own.
All right.
Almost done, man. I get up in the morning and I don't go to work. I'm just I have to answer that. Sorry. Hello. I can't. Nobody can understand me. You're the only one. So yeah. Okay. Sorry. So Quip came to us when he was 2. He came to us. He came to us with a lot of reputation. He was not really easy. It's a lot of work. You don't just wake up in the morning and just say, "Oh, this horse is gonna be a great one," you know. No, it's a long road. Come on, man. It's tough. They don't talk, so you gotta be able to read them. And sometimes they're not easy to read. Right? Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. We need it. Come here, boy. Come on. He's still a little loud, but it turned out to be the best horse we have in the barn. It's pretty. He's got a kind of eye. He's got a kind of eye. You know, even if he tried to kill me earlier, he's got a kind of eye. Huh?
The Breeders' Cup Challenge Series takes place all over the world, and we have a big one before us now, the Grade 1 Pacific Classic.
We are at Del Mar, the greatest place on earth. The scenery, the weather, it's awesome here.
Trainer John Sadler looking for back-to-back victories in the TVG Pacific Classic and hoping the gut call to enter higher power was right.
Trainer John Sadler won the Pacific Classic with Accelerate. Before that horse went on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The highest pinnacle of our sport by far is the Breeders' Cup Classic. And to win that, I mean, it was like winning the Super Bowl. But yeah, we'll always have a soft spot for Accelerate. So kind of next man up and then higher power.
Right now, your favorite is Seeking the Soul, Mr. 50, Dallas Stewart. They won the Breeders' Cup Distaff here in 2017.
Because already want to win it, you're in the Breeders' Cup. So on paper, he looks pretty good, you know. But you never know what can happen in the horse race. I find that when I really think I'm going to win, I lose.
when I don't think I'm going to win, I win.
Seeking the Soul already has a spot in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but this is still a big moment for everyone else.
The 3 is Pavo. We talked about him. I think a mile and a quarter is just fine for this horse. Second in this race last year.
Our reporters are walking with the field as they make their way. So what do you think? Oh, well. They got you, Mike? Uh-oh.
Thank you so much. Best of luck tonight, young man.
The field coming out onto the track.
Here they are.
Here is Quick completing the post parade here. He is right now your second choice.
Rudy Brisset, this horse puts you on the map, gave you your first graded stakes win, your first American Classic runner, a millionaire. What has he meant to you personally?
He meant everything, you know. And I hope today's the day.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
He looks ready, doesn't he?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Get close. Set. Heel set on the way. Quip came out very well and War Story 2 out inside horses are fast. Pavel the Grey tucking in just behind them for the top is in a little tight. Seeking the Soul in the gold cap, they really compact up here. They hit the 3/4 pole in the TVT Pacific Classic and Quip has an easy lead out here, has a by a length. The rest of them fairly bunched. Seeking the Soul, gold cap has 6 to make up and then Pavel coming to the quarter pole and Higher Power and Flavion Pratt kick for home and are they going? Wow! Homeward bound in the big one, and it's Higher Power in full flight for the wire. He's opened up to lead by 2.5. Grab Victor's racing game. Mongolian Group runner, huge one, but not quite good enough to win it. It's Higher Power driving home. Basically, he never gave them a chance. Higher Power and Flavion Pratt win well. Grab Vic second. Mongolian Groom a great third. Then came 10-fold campaign running on late. Behind that was War Story, then Seeking the Soul and Pavel.
With Pavel and Seeking the Soul, it did not turn out to be a good day for either one of those 3 horses.
Wasn't there for this Doug O'Neill or Dallas Stewart or Rudy Brisset? I mean, none of these horses fire.
Disappointment here for Pavel and Team O'Neill. It just looked like he never really got into the race. It did, yeah, and, we'll look for something down the road. All right, Doug, thank you. Thank you, Mike, thank you.
To be quite honest, I think he didn't handle a track that well. Hopefully he loves the Santa Anita track. Because he is in the Breeders' Cup, even if I have to ride him.
Higher Power and trainer John Sadler, by virtue of this win, now in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
This is breathtaking, blessed and fortunate as we have been. We just won the Pacific Classic back to back.
Travers Day at Saratoga is one of the biggest racing days of the year, not just in New York, but around the country. But it's not just the Travers. It's the other races on the card, like the Personal Ensign, where this year you have Midnight Bizou, who's trying to keep the ball rolling as the early heavy favorite for the Breeders' Cup Discount. It's fun to get out there in the morning, and it's a beautiful scene. That's the best time, really, to be out at the racetrack.
Yeah. It's the crazy people, I think, come out here at like 5:15 in the morning. But I've been on the racetrack pretty much my whole life. My oldest brother, Michael, he took me to the track when I was just a little kid, to Del Mar. And we walked through those gates, and at that moment, I knew that that's all I wanted to do. I wanted to become a jockey. I rode off and on for 9 years. Weight was a challenge. While I'm not a big guy, I shot up about 6 inches right when I started. So I decided that I wanted to have something to fall back on. Wait over here. And the rest is history. I'm so fortunate to be around Midnight Bizou, but at the same time, we've got a target on our back. Amazing, really, right? When you think about it. This year, we're 5 for 5, undefeated. We are considered the best filly. And it's not out of the conversation to think Midnight Bizou could tackle the boys in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Zenyatta is the 2009 Breeders' Cup Classic champion.
Zenyatta coming flying on the right side. This is unbelievable.
that time for Zenyatta to go out there and beat the boys in the Breeders' Cup Classic and know that we potentially have that type of horse in Midnight Bizu is pretty darn exciting. For a filly to beat the boys at any level is such a daunting task. To win the Breeders' Cup Classic, game changer. So, she's not nervous. I'm nervous.
When you grow up in horse racing, it's in your blood, it's an advantage. It's been really good. I'm just hoping the rider stays on. My father was a jockey. I grew up on the racetrack. But it takes a lot of luck, too. I mean, you have to take big risks to get big reward. And that's probably why I ended up where I'm at, because I've always had enough confidence to take the risk. Tax, we start early because he's a little more rambunctious, the fiery horse. But in the barn, he's really, really sweet. And I think we have him probably the fittest we've ever had him, and he's doing as good as we can have him doing. And you never know until they break out of the gate, but he's a horse that tries hard every day. Kitty, 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 kitty. Come here, Monday. I'm a little different. I guess it's probably hard for others to understand how I train because I don't work horses every 7 days. Sometimes I don't breeze in between races, which a lot of people really don't understand that. But I think it gives them more recovery time before the race. And fortunately, I really don't have any owners that ever ask me what I'm doing. They put a lot of trust in you to win races. And the Travers Derby and Breeders' Cup Classic are the 3 biggest races in America. I mean, there's no comparison.
In the country, the old charm and everything. He's 156 years old and been here for 55 years. Started as a clocker. I clocked Gunbo, Kelso, Rachel Alexander, Secretariat, you name it. I've seen the best of them. They're going pretty fast. Better than it was years ago. 62710? 62710 is code official. No room for error. Working for McDonald's.
Yep, split the burgers.
Really good. All right, good luck.
People always make fun of me because I don't watch the race usually. I watch her break out of the gate and then I'll usually turn around. And then when they hit the turn, I'll turn around and watch again.
My prediction, I think this pace is going to be faster than anyone thinks. We'll see if that is the case coming up. Yes.
With the call.
In the personal incident, Coach Rott comes out on the lead. Elite is up close too. Between those two, Midnight Bizu will settle at the rear of the field early on, biding her time in the early stages here. Some 6.5 lengths off. On to the backstretch. Coach Rott's out there isolated on a 2-length advantage on She's the Julie. Midnight Bizu is just alongside of Golden Award at the back of the pack. Coach Rott continues to lead the way by 1.5 lengths. Midnight Bizu is fifth. She's moving down. And Elite is too as they make their way to the top of the stretch. And now Elite makes her way for the lead. And Midnight Bizu comes flying on the outside after her. And it's a electric pitch. Midnight Bizu, her best of foe, comes at her on the outside. And these two near the line. Elite on the inside. Midnight Bizu on the outside. They're coming to the wire. Who's it going to be? Oh!
of Bradley. Is that us?
I think they got it.
They were inseparable on the water.
You think? Right there. Good photo.
How's your heart? Well, I don't know. I don't know. I can't watch it.
Everybody agree?
Yeah.
Well, like we got it, but I don't know. Look at her running.
Send it. Right.
Number 1, Midnight Bijou was first. Number 4, Elite was second. Number 3, Sheep and Julie was third. And number 5, Wildcat was fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is Midnight Bijou.
Have to wait for the photo?
Oh, God, yeah. I wasn't sure, and angles are tough. But, you know, it's Mike. And he told me a long time ago Art really knows how to win. So he proved that today in a huge way. Midnight!
The first race today may have been a hot place to be, but there is nothing like the Run Happy Travers.
This is the Midsummer Derby. This is the Kentucky Derby of August.
47,000 plus here at Saratoga for the marquee event.
This is like Disneyland for owners. Kind of like the circus comes to town. It's larger than life. But I'm not nervous at all because Tack's the type of horse that loves to show up and run big.
One of the better stories this afternoon is Tack.
Danny Gargan, he was outspoken, saying you're going to have to come and play catch me if you can.
I'll tell you what, if Tack sins, he's going to have to deal with Mucho Gusto and Tacitus, the 6 horse.
There he is.
Tacitus, the favorite.
Meanwhile, the second choice, that is the 2-horse Code of Honor.
The post positions and the other horses are going to be a little bit to overcome, but he has tactical speed, so we'll probably put him on the lead or close to it, and we'll see how they run from there. But I mean, he's a special horse.
How are you?
Good, all right. How you doing, buddy? Good.
Good luck.
I'm always very nervous before the start. As his position is how your emotions go. You know, if you're wide, you're feeling bad. If you're break bad, you're feeling terrible. If you're on the lead, you hope you're not going too fast. Pinnacle of horse racing. This is my place. And when Tax wins this race, he's going to get the respect that he probably deserves.
It is post time for the 150th Run Happy Travers Stakes. Today, Mucho Gusto is going with the red packs on the outside, and Code of Honor tucked in at the rail. The pace is fast, and Joe Talabo takes the lead with Mucho Gusto onto the backstretch. And Tax and Tacitus are right behind together, second and third. Tacitus pokes his neck in front. On the outside is Mucho Gusto. Tax is a length and a half off of them. Code of Honor is now making his move, and he's closing on the outside. Tacitus has been put to a full-out drive. Mucho Gusto gaining ground. They're into the final zone. Code of Honor, Mucho Gusto, and Tacitus. Code of Honor has taken the lead, and Code of Honor has got to the stage. At a final time of 2:01.05, it was Code of Honor's day.
The little mighty horse Code of Honor wins the Travers for Shug McGahee.
Yes, smaller in stature, but what a huge finish he had.
We all want to win. We all want to be winners.
Hall of Fame trainer Shug McGahee, 4 wins now from 14 starters.
But, I mean, this ride that this horse is taking us on, it's a lot of fun. You have to enjoy it. And we make it to the Breeders' Cup Classic. I'll be sitting in front of the camera talking to you again. And that'll be fun.
Next on All In, the road to the Classic.
There's about 20,000 horses born a year.
only one is a Breeders' Cup Classic winner.
The biggest sale in the world is here at Keeneland. Been great horses purchased here for $15,000.
People here are buying the dream.
This horse is more valuable than some countries.
It's like the E. True Hollywood story, without the car crash.
Now it's time to see how they line up.
The draw is extremely important. Anyone who told you it wasn't. So, but let's say you have a very fast horse. He draws outside in the field of 12, for example. He's got to go in front of all the 11 other horses to get over to the rail, get his position to be where he's most effective. Same thing can happen if you have a fast horse.
The draw. I don't like the draw. I hate going to the draw because I like to show up afterwards like, hey, what'd I get? But it matters a lot.
You know, that's kind of the way it works out. It's the luck of the draw, and sometimes the draw isn't so lucky for a lot of people.
Now, Breeders' Cup Classic would be a total of 11 horses, starting with one Code of Honor, and this is not post position, this is just the list. Code of Honor, Elate, High Power, Math Wizard, McKinsey, Mongolian Groom, Owendale, Seeking the Soul, Vito Rosso, War of Will, and Yoshida. I like Code of Honor.
We're 6 days after the Classic, and people still arriving from other places. We're actually 7 days after the 6 days Classic. 7 days, 6 days.
Saturday makes 7 days. 6 days. The Breeders' Cup day. The juveniles run on Friday.
You'll be so much the Classic.
Well, the Classic is on Saturday, so that will be how many days? From now to Saturday, 7 days.
6 days.
6 days? All right. Got one in there, one? Horseman's liaison travels to the barn area, distributes the saddle cloths, hat, blanket, and works with the horsemen to take care of all their needs.
As soon as the horse and trainers arrive, we go greet them. We bring them saddle towels. We bring them hats, jackets. So we have the hats for Vito Rosso.
Just want to get out of hat.
Get out of the hat. We haven't even opened that box yet. This is our hat for this year. And then we've had the sponsored by Lunch.
This is Breeders' Cup champion.
Breeders' Cup Classic. It is emotional for us. It's emotional because you're crowned champion. The whole event.
The whole event.
Driving and making.
I'm driving.
You are? You're not allowed to drive.
Not allowed to drive. No crash. No crash. Slow, walk. Slow. Too fast. I don't want to pull out. There we go.
see the saddle towels and the hats and jackets from the Horseman Liaison. It's pretty similar to getting your NBA All-Star jersey. It really signifies what the horse has accomplished all year and the people who work with the horses. So it really, truly means a lot. We have two horses in the Breeders' Cup Classic. The colt Yoshida and Mary Late. Yoshida's regular rider was Joel Rosario. He had picked up the mount on McKenzie in the Breeders' Cup Classic, so we had to look for a new rider, and Mike Smith was free and agreed to ride the horse. And trading Joel Rosario for Mike Smith, it's similar to trading Kevin Durant for LeBron James. Can't really go wrong either way. I like you, buddy, but I'm not wearing your hat. I apologize for that. Don't let it ruin your day. Late's just a couple stalls over here. It's special that we're running a late in the Classic versus the boys because Zenyatta did it 10 years ago at Santa Anita.
Unbelievable!
So if you're superstitious or anything like that, you could say that we picked the right year to try it. We have a great mare, and she's going up against a great group of males. No easy task, but we wouldn't be here unless we thought we had a chance. A late special, Yoshida's special. If they cadet heat for the win, I'd be plenty happy with that.
Doing that. It looks too easy. You talk very competitive guy, and that's why sometimes when you're that competitive and you get beat, you should not talk to anybody for at least half an hour. A famous football coach from USC told me years ago, he says, you know, Bob, I tell my players, when you get beat, that first 5 minutes after that game is going to be the most important part of your life. Do not say anything, you know. Poor Mike, you know what? I love Mike. He's like a brother to me. But I was just so frustrated because that horse means a lot to me. I want that horse. I wanted him to beat horses here. When they get beat like that, and then you read about, well, he's not that good a horse. He can't go. That horse is, to me, one of the best horses I've ever trained. Top 10 horses. He's going to have to show it now. He's got to really show it. I don't know. You know, sometimes I feel I go with my gut, and I hate doing that. I mean, I hate taking off a great rider off a horse like that. It's not cool. You know, and I told Mike, I said, Mike, I hope you find somebody to beat me with, and you probably will, because that's what they do.
Probably wouldn't have handled it as well. He probably would have crushed me at a younger age, but it's not unusual to make a change. I'm just glad that I was blessed enough to pick up a really nice horse like Yoshida so that I have a chance. You know, sometimes the first time you ride these horses is the best time because then you don't know much about them and you just go with the feel, you know, right off the bat. And sometimes that works a whole lot better. Sometimes you think that you don't like a specific thing and maybe he's going to be fine with it that day. And because you thought that he wasn't going to like it, you reacted before you even gave him a chance to see if he was going to be happy in there or not. You don't have time. Those 2 minutes, you don't want it doing what you think is right. You want to do what they think is right. McKenzie's going to be difficult to outrun if he runs his race, but let's see if we can just turn the tables on him.
The draw is an important part of the dynamic of the race. Horses have to be in a favorable position for them.
On my good side.
Sometimes it's not good to be on the rail. Sometimes it's not good to be far outside. Mostly trainers will want their horses to be kind of in the middle of the field and have a shorter run toward that first turn.
36 years ago, an idea came to fruition to create an
superstitious about that.
Honor, the outside post position looks to give his Hall of Fame trainer the first victory in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
I know where I don't want to be. I know where I want to be, whatever. But usually I draw a horrible.
Number 2, number 5, number 3, number 6, Elaine.
On the 10-year anniversary of Zenyatta beating the boys in the Breeders' Cup Classic, Alate looks to join that elite group of 1 for her Hall of Fame trainer.
I'll see it's her draw. I go, the way I drew, I guess the Lord doesn't want me to win this race. I don't know. That's terrible, but I've got some really bad draws. And it cost me, a win.
Math Wizard draws the rail.
Number 7, Higher Power. And number 9, Mongolian Brew.
Mongolian Stables has seen victory at the Breeders' Cup, but this undoubtedly
Nobody wants a bad post, but when you talk about pressure, when you're the heavy favorite, you have a target on your back.
That is your field for the $6 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic.
I make a lot of training mistakes, but when it's crunch time, I just feel it's like you get this great football play. Tom Brady throws a beautiful pass right in the end zone by himself. He drops it. I mean, come on, you're supposed to make those catches,
Did you know that Brittany's mum's having a barbecue tonight, and obviously while she enjoys being here to talk about the Breeders' Cup Classic, she's in a bit of a rush, so we'll good belt through the
Well, you
rest
want
of
to know why? Poor mom has been slaving away all day. I gotta go help her.
I think this might be the Jockey Club Gold Cup reincarnated.
Code of Honor, Vino Rosso coming down to the wire together.
Vino Rosso, Code of Honor, Vino Rosso, Code of Honor.
You have to play.
Too close to call! So Code of Honor, you've got to look at this horse as the poster boy for old school US dirt racing. It's the Farish family steeped in generations of beautiful thoroughbreds. It's Shug McGahee, the sort of trainer's trainer, old school, patient. They looked at the field this year and thought the race is so open, we've got to give it a go, and he might just be the horse with a bit of brilliance. So Higher Power, Brittany, is drawn in post position 7, which I think, however you want to be written, that's just about bang on in a field this size.
I would say lucky post position 7 is what pretty much everybody wants.
Yeah.
In any rate, a late for Belmont, 5-year-old mare, going up against the boys at a 1.25 mile distance, which we know she likes, looking to join Zenyatta as being the only other female to win the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Somewhat of a story, 10 years off from when Zenyatta raised the roof here at Santa Anita Park.
I think she can do it.
Never heard a noise like it, never been involved in a horse.
The ground shook, and I wasn't there.
Here's my thing about McKinsey. Bob Baffert's trained. But I think Bob Baffert is willing this horse to be better than he actually is. Since he said, I'm going for something because I've got a gut feeling, some instinct that I can get a bit more out of this horse. The horse has got a bit more to give. So almost my last resort is I've chased him. Mike's going to be annoyed that he's taken off the horse, obviously, but he dealt with it so well. Just get on with it. Pick something right on Yoshida, and of course that'd be a story as well. Imagine McKinsey in front inside the furlong, and
here comes Yoshida.
Here comes Yoshida. Mike Smith. See you later, Bob. It's happened before. It could happen again.
No, it's definitely happened before.
It's all just a funky year, isn't it?
It's a wide open year.
Yeah.
Which makes it exciting.
Yeah.
This is why you run the race. This is why the connections with 30-1 shots put up the money to be in that starting gate, because they run the race. You're not sure how it's going to unfold. If any year to be in that starting gate, this is the year.
And I think that's what the sport needs right now.
Something to root for.
We're 5 weeks away from the Breeders' Cup Classic.
formulated a game plan. How you doing? There's a lot of anticipation.
They're all in line.
I'll be climbing the walls, getting extremely anxious.
There's no such thing as a lucky box or a lucky TV for preparation.
It's a photo.
The sunrise. Can't even imagine it. It's beautiful. 5 o'clock in the morning, all the horses coming out at daytime. It's the best thing in the world.
Morning, Rosie.
Hey.
I know you're a movie star. Can I get your autograph?
Good morning. Can I help you? Clocker's Corner is a place where the jockeys, trainers, owners come and get coffee, donuts, breakfast, and they look at the horses. I happen to have chocolate with coffee. Next, yeah. Almost all the customers already know what they want, so I get it ready as soon as I see them walking up the steps. Didn't you guys win yesterday? I've been working at this racetrack for 40 years, 9 months, and 2 days. This is Bob Baffert. He was a jockey.
Rosie.
Yes, Bob.
I'm ready for my coffee.
All right, you got it.
Rosie and I go way back.
Yeah.
She's my #1 fan.
Yeah. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Can I help you? I just love this place. It's a big family.
Rosie, am I the nicest guy here?
The second to the nicest, Bob Baffert came first.
The horses get between 5 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock. They've got dedicated people that take care of them. All the work's been done by the time we get over there in the paddock. Everything okay, David? Out. Don't bother. It's a hot one. I don't think so. I've been actively involved in the business since 1971. To develop a horse and get him to the classic and then to have him win kind of keeps me around a little bit. I've never won it. I've been second in a couple times. When Code of Honor won the Travers last month, that was 4 Travers for me.
Code of Honor is gaining ground.
There's only one other trainer won anymore.
What 20 years since his last Travers win?
Does winning the Travers ever get old?
No, it doesn't get old. That's too long. If I have one, Jockey Club Gold Cup 3 times. Hopefully Saturday will be the 4th also. Got it? They feel a lot get loosened up here.
Welcome back to Santa Anita Park. Every racetrack has its own personality. The barn area, the backside, is one of the most visually stunning places that you'll find. Santa Anita has got a lot of history. I mean, you go back to those barns, and some of the greatest horses in the history of horse racing have been stabled here. So walk back through time. Hey, how you doing? We do before every major race is sort of do our reconnaissance. How you doing, man? How's your arm?
Good.
Good.
Yeah. I got lucky.
I wouldn't necessarily call it investigative journalism, but unless you come back here and do your due diligence, so to speak, you won't know what the big stories are. There have been mornings where I probably log 10 miles back here and maybe talk to like one person. Is John around? On the track. Of course. Of course he's on the track. Come back here a little later in the morning.
Yeah, like about 10 maybe?
See, this is Murphy's Law of racetrack preparation. Let me see if he's in here first. Hang on. Herding cats, I believe, is the phrase, right? At least it's a beautiful office, right? And we have 6 horses in the auction again. There's one heavy favorite, Mackenzie, trained by Bob Baffert.
Any anxiety being back here, Bob? Not really. 1 to 9, you want to win, but it's always that last race, that last hurdle, getting through. But it's a privilege to run at Chelsea. All right, well, thank you.
All right. One of the things about Bob, he has a very keen intuition about his horses. He trains a lot on feel. He's so versatile. He's got tactical speed.
Yeah, you know what? I think Mike's finally got it figured out that he's not one that wants to go out there and be on the edge. He sits and cut gears.
One thing we've learned in covering these races over the years is sometimes the horses that look like they're going to be the big guns in the Breeders' Cup Classic, it doesn't always turn out that way.
It's going to be interesting the way this race sets up. John's horse showed good speed last time. I've got speed. We didn't overtrain him going into this one because I think the bigger prize is obviously in 5 weeks.
You had to love his race in the Pacific Classic.
I was real proud of him.
So now the big question is, if you win, what the hell is Brittany going to do?
She'll be going nuts. Yeah.
Draft picked and tasting game. Higher power in full flight. Higher power and Flavion Brad Winwell. Draft picked second.
Well, I'm Brittany Urton. He's Peter Urton.
I'm Peter.
Daughter, dad.
Yeah, and we've been
both
together
work in
32
horse
years.
racing.
So she looks good.
She has to look pretty for camera, right?
I forgot to tell you, she bites people in the face.
The horses are now approaching the starting gate.
Glad that's over. Just take me through coming into the race. We spend a lot of time talking about how the horses are doing or what race they're pointing toward and
great
how
at getting
difficult it's going to come up. For me, I'm already doing this research for work, so...
Absolutely. I'll take what she has to say with more than a grain of salt, for sure. Plus, it gives me a reason to call her.
Draft came out to say hello. Hi, big boy. It's just really special to see the connection those that work in this industry have with these animals. Those are the stories that I really enjoy sharing.
The interview that we did, Pennsylvania Derby.
Sappy Joseph.
I mean, that was emotional, that guy. I mean, I felt it.
To have a horse like this that could point towards the Breeders' Cup Classic, what does that mean to you?
It means everything. Since I was 3 years old, this is my life. And it's come through.
Working the race is difficult for me because I'm biased.
Last and surely not least is draft pick for my father, Peter Urton.
When he was running in the Pacific Classic, for him to run second, well, everybody saw how I felt about that. I'll scream for second and third.
Yeah, she will.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, me and Randy were talking about trying to get you on film tomorrow.
No.
Yeah,
Well, that
we
means...
we have a little bit of an advantage being here and being able to train over the track. I don't know why he's a big underdog.
I think it's because who he's facing. The number 1 rated horse in the Classic division.
I think there's a whole lot more pressure when you're the favorite. But this horse loves this racetrack. That's what he has over the horses that come in. But Mackenzie, he likes it too. Can you beat Mackenzie tomorrow? Because if you beat him, you know you win the race.
Mackenzie is a 1 to 9 favorite, and he has 2 racing legends in his corner. Trainer Bob Baffert and jockey Mike Smith.
I'm just watching Midnight Bijou warm up right now. She looks nice and happy. Most of the time I ride her. But, it's kind of a double-edged sword. You're blessed to be in these kind of decisions because you're riding some really good horses, but they're also tough if you can only ride one. But Mackenzie is the big horse running for the Classic in the Breeders' Cup this year. He craps the day. So we had to stay here to ride him. And, of course, Johnny Velasco is going to ride her there.
Stop to be a top jockey.
Midnight Bijou is currently undefeated this year, and she's got 2 races left this year. This one today, the Beldame, and then it's the Breeders' Cup. it would be an incredible campaign to be able to finish off as undefeated, especially taking down the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
So she's going to Dale. Are you going to retain anything, or?
You know, we'll see what happens. We can talk about it. It's just, but it's so. How do I answer? Like, would we consider running against the boys when we're selling Irvin? But so I can answer that. We have Midnight Bizu entered in the Night of the Stars, the Basic Tipton November sale.
Bobby, hey, hey, good luck. Good to see you.
And I try not to think about that right now, just because Midnight Bizu has truly been incredibly life-changing. I mean, she's become part of the family. But, you know, look, this is a business. The fact that I was able to acquire Midnight Bizu for a mere $80,000 as a 2-year-old, and to think now she's worth millions of dollars. You don't have to be a math expert to understand it's a pretty good return on investment. But at this point in time, we're embracing and appreciating all the time we're spending with her to the nth degree, 100%.
They're off. In the building. Midnight Bizu had a good start for that inside both.
Down inside of their reward.
They run up the backstretch. There goes Midnight Bizu now, and she gets even and takes over the lead with a half mile to go. Spring of the Wave is pretty sure, though, hasn't gone away yet. On the far turn, Midnight Bizu on the rail. Wildcat makes her move on the outside. These two move away from the others, side by side, at the end goal. Wildcat trying to make a race of it, but Midnight Bizu taking the lead. And Midnight Bizu just kissed Wildcat goodbye. And she goes on to victory and on to the Breeders' Cup. And it was Wildcat followed by Wings and Frost.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hold it. Sometimes she was in that place where you just feel uncomfortable, right? But she still did it. She's good.
When you talk about the Horse of the Year conversation, you must mention the superstar female. That's Midnight Bizu.
She was terrific. Really, really good this year.
Is there anyone that can give her a run for her money?
She's classy, she's tenacious. Elates could give her a run for her money, surely, if she wins the
If she runs there.
Kim, why don't you and Bella will go to the game?
Okay.
To the wire, are you okay with that? Yeah. All right. Good. We've got a very nice horse, top filly named Elate, who we got the option going Breeders' Cup Classic. It brings a lot of interest when the best of the girls are running against the best of the boys, and sometimes they pull it off. And we've also got Tacitus. On a couple occasions, he's been a bit unlucky, but we're hoping that he'll be able to pull it off in the Jockey Gold Cup. I think that would send him on his way to the Breeders' Cup Classic. If you're lucky enough and good enough to get to the winner's circle, you have to feel like you've done something right. I don't know that it's bragging rights, but it's actually just the fact that, you know, you got the job done.
Up next, the thrilling Jockey Club Gold Cup in Belmont Park. It's a playoff atmosphere. Not win or go home instead of sweet New Jersey.
All right, this is Vino Russo.
Congratulations.
Red wine. Very solid campaigner for us, but the Jockey Club Gold Cup, it's the race that we've unfortunately have not been able to win. We've had some very close seconds, so we would certainly like to check that one off, hopefully soon.
And you're in the paddock. You're in the paddock.
saying about the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Post time for the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
When I'm watching for Code of Honor does, 3-year-old, gives you an idea of where the older horses are. They show up, and that big day doesn't matter. Forget what's happened. Look how they are that day.
They're all in line.
There they go.
They're off in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And Vino Rosso to the early lead. Tacitus has been guided now to the outside by Jose Ortiz, and Preservation is now coming up on their outside to make it 3 together after a 24:02 quarter. Code of Honor is up running in 4th right now. He's 2 lengths off the lead. It is Vino Rosso and Tacitus, and nothing separates these two. Code of Honor now swings up on the outside, and Vino Rosso in front at the top of the stretch. Code of Honor and Vino Rosso come stride for stride into the final 16. It is Code of Honor on the outside. Vino Rosso, these two will decide the thrilling Jockey Club Gold Cup, and it is very close. It looks like Vino Rosso has edged out Code of Honor on the wire, and then it was Tacitus and Preservationist. Number 3, Vino Rosso is first. It's a photo finish in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. The final time was 2 minutes, 0.30 seconds. Wiry in the first run of this race. Playing foul against number 2. But interference for Trent. Moving to fire as well. There has been a disqualification in this race. Number 3, Vino Rosso, from first to second for interference in the stretch with number 2, Code of Honor. Returning to the winner's circle is Code of Honor.
It's a New York crowd.
Breeders' Cup congratulates Shug McGahee, John Velasquez.
Cup winning in your in race. What are those feelings like now?
Well, it's always exciting, you know, and we'll see how it comes back. I'll talk to the parents. Think of about it.
Hold on a minute. One more, Johnny.
Controversy. Objection. Frustrating loss in the battle, but not the war moving forward for Vino Rosso. Code of Honor, the Jockey Club Gold Cup winner. Welcome back to Santa Anita Park. The start of the prestigious Grade 1. Awesome again.
McKenzie's trying to follow in the footsteps of Accelerate, who won this race last year and went on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Mike Smith, 26th Breeders' Cup victory, 13 of them right here.
Mike, he and Bob Baffert have developed a chemistry and a trust, and it's very unusual in horse racing to have a scenario in which no other rider has ridden McKenzie in a race, only Mike Smith.
Wheel around, my man. Let's see what we do here.
Yeah.
I want to use this race to get ready.
Bob said he's starting to put McKenzie up there with some of the other really top horses. Even with that familiarity, Mike has said just in the last 4 or 5 races that he's finally figured McKenzie out.
All right, guys.
Mike knows that horse like the back of his hand.
Alright, here we go.
McKenzie is the most likely winner, and I'm not brave enough to miss him in a spot like this. Brittany, what about you?
Well, everybody knows where my heart would be with my father's horse, Draft Pig, but it is McKenzie. No chalk there.
Better hope Dad's not listening.
Well, he's watching the horses, so we're good.
Good luck, Brittany. There he is, McKenzie. But how about Draft Pick? What a story that would be. Is there an upset brewing? We're about to find out. McKenzie, 1-9. It is post time for the Grade 1 Awesome against 6. Scotty with the call.
Stumbled at the start. McKenzie comes out beautifully and takes the lead. Mongolian Groom is up close in the early going. Just behind them, it's draft pick in Ford, then Seeking the Soul. Higher power in between horses, only about 2 lengths off the pace. You cannot get any more compact than this. McKenzie 3 wide. Mongolian Groom is still in front, though. And Isotherm second. Mongolian Groom running a good race. He didn't cruise control thus far. McKenzie gets his cue and comes after him, trying to collar. Draft pick is down at the rail. McKenzie right up to Mongolian Groom at the top of the stretch. Mongolian Groom digging in very gamely. McKenzie is a half length behind him, and Mongolian Groom picks up slightly inside the final eighth of a mile. McKenzie is all out, but it all belongs to Mongolian Groom. Wire to wire in the Oscar again under Abel Cedillo. McKenzie settles for second. Higher power third, Seeking the Soul with fourth.
Is there an upset brewing? You bet there is. Mongolian Groom earns back the challenge of McKenzie.
McKenzie looked like he was primed and ready to go at the top of the stretch, but Mongolian Groom, he ran the race of his life.
You know, I've known and been around Bob since he very first got into the training business. But almost like what do you give a guy who has everything, right? He swept the Triple Crown twice. He's got American Pharoah on his resume. But one of the things Bob
And the great thing about the sport is that we think we know, but the reality is it's much easier said than done.
Certain move or something maybe you need it done a little certain. The secret is the liquid clear and the reaction that it has with paint thinner. There we go. That's all. Maybe over here. See there? Isn't that fantastic? So simple. All right. As I say, if you've never painted before, this you can do. Okay. We got a canvas that's beginning to look like old wood. It'll take a few minutes for this to work. But while that's working, let's just have some fun here. Clean off a little spot to work. Let's take some black. We'll use a little bit of the Prussian blue, some crimson, maybe even a little bit of Van Dyke brown. What the heck, we don't care. Hold it out as flat if we can get it. Then cut across and get a little roll of paint. See that little roll of paint that's right out of the edge of the knife there. Clean this a little bit here. Maybe back here in our world, maybe. Let's get brave. Maybe there lives a happy little mountain back here. Just something very simple. Now this let it sort of fade off on the edges. Just wherever you want it there. Right, how many little peaks and bumps live in your mountain? Any kind of mountain that you want in the world. touch of bright red into it, just to warm it up. Be very careful. Bright red is unbelievably strong. A little bit will set your whole world on fire. Once again, our little room of paint. Look in here. Now then, you have to make a determination. Where's your light coming from? I'm right-handed. 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 Have a light coming from left-handed. All the dark colors through it. Let's have a separate fan brush. Got a lot of color in there. Maybe go up here. Making our world. Several evergreen trees. They live right here in front of this mountain. There we go. That's all there is to it. Just a little bit each painting because each person's painting will be different. Try to teach you how to be creative in your own right. We only want to show you how to make good things. There, because if you paint one evergreen, you can paint a million. It's up to you. Let this wander off on the edge. There we go. There's one there that's he's not totally straight. You want to be a telephone pole when you grow up. There. This one to be an individual. That. Wherever. I know it's going to a forest, but that's okay. You put as many trees in the world as you want. As you want. Let's get Brady over here on this side. Big old tree. We need a daddy tree here. There he is. Big tall guy. Sienna, mix them together. Make a nice brown, cut off a little bit of paint. Practice loading your knife with that little roll of paint. You just start. That little roll of paint works for everything. Put the indication here and there and there and here. Little tree trunks and let me back in there. We don't know how many's there. Just sort of mix them a little bit. But since there was black colors, it's done automatically.
Freeze 5 offers the double exact trifecta effect. Wager we have a super high five carryover of $1,800.
Right in this painting.
Also start that link. Pick 5.
Right by the tree and left. You get that. Show you some little squirrels in this series. I've got some little straight down. Back in there. There we go. Right. Right. Like a small brush in our style of painting is 1 inch. That's all right. I'm gonna pull it through that same dark color in one direction. Notice that the brush is straight down, pulled in one direction, wrote a lot of paint in it. Turn it has a rounded corner. I want that rounded corner toward it. Flagged. bit of yellow, some time, just to change the flavor. There we go. One bush of time belt. Think about these little raspberry cream. There. Put a little bit, say that again, a little bit of paint thinner on your brush. You go into color, you don't want to change the value because the liquid white, since it is white, so we'll change the value a little bit and make the paint brighter, a little lighter. A little paint thinner, we'll just keep it the same, only make it thinner. Okay. I know. Let's take the Van Dyke around with the mix together.
1 minute from post time, 1 minute.
Let's have a little pad. Make up stories when you paint. It really helps if you know in your mind what this world is like. It's more personal to you. You have a better time when you paint. And painting should be relaxing. It should take you to a world where there's no worries, there's no hassles. Brown, white, just barely touch, just graze, just like you're laying snow in the mountain. There. We have a little path. Now we want to set that path down into the painting. She's it right down in there. Just allow the canvas to show through. And it looks like all kinds of sticks and twigs. Just little things that live in there. They show different layers or planes in your paint. And those planes, that's what creates the illusion of depth. I know you look at paint and they look flat to you. That's the reason, because little things like this haven't been done. A little hanging down limbs and the evergreens back in here.
It's Cat coming in. Final pyramid, Polio, and Dalima.
I can't. You can also take the script liner brush, that's our own small brush.
Dalima, Polio over the outside.
We'll use a little bit of brown just to show you. But the big thing is make the paint thin. It should get very thin. And the liner brush has very bristle from big skim.
Races off.
It holds a lot of paint.
Out of a slew ass for early PS and Toro forward. Those two are quickest here in the early go. As Growth Capital inside. As Toro forward is diver out. So it's Cat now taking over third. Growth Capital settled showing fast and steady. They're behind South Korea.
Dark,
hardly all black.
lighter color, so it shows up.
Three more out of that one. Polio at the back.
One color.
Around that first third. Forward a half length down. Release Cat presses up 3 deep. Son of a sleep right between them. 23.85 seconds with the opening quarter mile time as the back drift journey begins. Toro forward ahead in front. Leads Cat in that second spot between horses. Son of a sleep. Out of the fence, Growth Capital. Favorite is fourth, just 2 lengths behind. Under a good hold from Sam number 8. That seems they go toward the half mile.
How do I sign my
I'd like to have it steady. After that comes Magic Heart. Two at the back. Benfolio got him up. Toro forward goes to the far third off a 47.55 second opening half mile. Leads Cat presses that one. Growth Capital continues to loom just in behind. Gonna look down toward the inside as they come around to the top of the stretch. Rolling forward just in front of Leads Cat. Growth Capital now coming out into the two path. Come after Toro forward. Meanwhile, Magic Heart took the shortest way home. Went down toward the inside. Toro forward. Still they have who they have to get. Toro forward. Growth Capital trying to wear that one down in the final 16 mile. Far outside, Benfolio's kicking nicely. Growth Capital right up alongside of Toro forward. Growth Capital surges in front. Makes it 3 in a row off the claim. Growth Capital won a Toro forward. Second, third, really close. Benfolio and
certainly glad you could join us today. And today I had one of my little friends with me I thought I'd introduce you to. This cooperative here. This is a little baby fox squirrel. Turn around and let's see. Most gorgeous little character. It's just a little baby from the old baby. So, so let's start out. I have run all the colors across the screen that you can read along with this. While you're doing that, you should what I've got done already. I have my regular old pre-stretched double prime canvas. 18 by 24 inch, but you can use whatever size is convenient. Today I've cut an oval out of contact paper, just put it over the top. Then here, covered it with liquid white. That's all. I thought
1, 6,
I thought
5,
that
3, and 7. Final time.
recording this has been a lot of fun, and I hope you enjoy it. Let's start out with a little bit of cat yellow. Very, very small amount, but 2-inch brush. Let's go ahead and get here. Let's do it. It has a lot of color. Let's do a winter scene that has a lot of color. There we go. I like to do winter scenes, but sometimes they can be so cold they're not very much fun to look at. So let's warm ours up. Cat yellow, without cleaning the brush, right into a little bit of yellow ochre. There. Something like that. Just let them blend together. There we go. That's all there is to it. I like these combinations of colors because it makes a nice glow that comes out. Yeah, without even washing the brush again. Bright red.
Price on board.
Yellow. Yellow ochre. And now we're into bright red. There we go. Little crisscross strokes, little X's. So we can just blend that right together. So you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. That's exactly what we're looking for. And go ahead and get another brush. I have several brushes, so I don't have to spend all my time washing them. I'm going to take a little touch for table. I don't want much. Just a little, maybe add a little black to it. Get that black little baby. Not a lot of color. But here, we just complete this with some blue. But I don't want this to be very dark. Just enough to get a little bit of flavor. And that's really
Capital of the winner's circle for the third time in
wash your brush.
consecutive wins.
Wash our brushes with water and thinner since the oils.
6-year-old Big Yelly by Warfront out of Winter Service, ready, protected by Gary Leslie.
That's really
Warning out of winning owner and trainer Samuel Moran.
fan brush, a little bit of white, a lot of
Six to 22 minutes, no scratches. We're sprinting out the main track. Most time for the late big four, 22 minutes.
Sort of toward the reddish side. But it's up to you. Let's have another minute. You have several of those too. Color. The indication is that right here. These two is coming in. With that brownish color. Don't need a lot of paint. Little tiny circles with the corner of the paintbrush. Little tiny circles. Tiny little circles. There you go. Strong. Here, some more. We'll just have go all the way across. Why not? Let's take it. We'll take a little blender brush and just begin blending. Hope you like seeing that little squirrel. He's so cute. I said, little box here. But once Once I woke him up, he thinks it's dinner time now. The rascal wants to be fed, so I'll have to feed him here in a minute. There we go. I have such a fascination for these little creatures. There. I really like them. If you've had any before, you know, I'm almost obsessed with them. I'm taking bright red, a little bit of white. But I like all the God's little creatures. I'm taking at least a little touch of liquid white and add to that just a hint of a very, very small amount. Very small amount. Don't put too much. Shh. A little bit. Let's go in here. Now, I want to come back and highlight these clouds with that nice pinkish color we made. Nice pinkish color. There. Just enough of the liquid white in there so that the color comes off your brush without mixing all together up here. Here we are. You just sort of figure out where you think light's hitting all these little things and drop them in. Just drop them everywhere. Something like that. Going back over here, maybe put a little bit right in here. Just a few indications. Back to my little blender. This little blender brush is very soft. Very, very soft. As my daddy used to say, it's tender as a mother's love. There. And in my case, that was very tender. Very tender. You can just wipe the brush off if you collect a little paint on it. Just wipe it on a paper towel or something. And very gently. Just go across. That's basically all there is to it. You can make a dynamite little sky that easy. If you want to put little stringy clouds, you can just touch it with white here and there, wherever. You just hang over them and you'll make like little stringy clouds back in the background somewhere. All right. Take a little bit of that titanium white. I'm gonna mix it with some of that brown we made from the crimson sap green. Get a little more white. I want it to be light. And I will. Back here, there's a little soft hill back in the distance. All we're going to do is just tap in some color like that. And then very gently lift upward. I want this one to be very soft. Very soft. Far, far away. Far away. Back to our little blender brush. Tap. I want to blend that base out to it. Looks like it's just hanging in the middle up there. Go back to the same color, only without the white in it. That's still that brown that we made. Sap green. Crimson sap green. Let's go back up in here. What's so fantastic about this technique? All we want to do is how to make effects and turn loose on the world. Because each and every one of us was in nature through different eyes. And that's what you should paint. What you see. What you capture with canvas. Go lift up. Once again. I want to make this look like a little tree. But far away. Let's get crazy. It's okay. Anything we disturb, we just go back and put it in. No big deal. Because as you know, if you've made bridges before, there, we didn't have happy accidents. By that, all we mean that anything that happens, we can work with. We don't worry about it. Absolutely don't worry about it. Just put that right back. Because this is our world. We control it. When I go home, the only power I have is over the garbage. It sits there and waits for me to come home and take it out. But here, I can literally mount it up. Touch the bright red here and there. Just to warm it of all this color in the sky and in my mind. Some of that color will be down here too. Something like that. I don't know where we're going with it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anything we don't like, we'll change it. There. All right. That's all there is to it. Now, let's have some fun. It's a bit brown. We might need some of that later. I'm going to take Prussian blue, midnight black, and I've got some alizarin crimson too. Prussian blue, midnight black, alizarin crimson. I realize I want contact paper, but that way it'll look like the tree just continues right down there. Always pull the contact paper. See, we're not worried about this side because we're going to pull the contact paper, throw it away. There. Looks like a ball in a ball. I need a little tree like that. Right there. Free little tree. That looks a happy little thing. I like that. So back to our fan brush, the white. We can grab a little bit of color and pull it. Just pull it in automatically. We'll create a little shadow right under our tree. Just let that blend back. Right on around. Good little hair right there. Just lift him off. There. These are natural bristle brushes. Sometimes the hair just falls out, just like my hair. It's sort of wild and unruly. There. All right. Now let's take another fan brush and some dirty. A little white. A little bit of the phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is such a nice warm blue. I'll be right back. I will get a little touch of the liquid white. Remember our golden rule. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I have titanium white, liquid white, a little touch of phthalo blue. And with that, we can come back in here and we can just put an indication of some real nice little highlights that live right out in here. There. The light's coming to the right, so I'll emphasize the right side of the tree. It's dark, darker. Shoot. this. You know, here's if you go live here in your little house. Let's build this little cabin. Right there. Just scrape out a basic shape. I really find it easier if you use a knife and scrape out a basic shape. It does two things. It allows you to lay out your shape of your cabin without being committed. But more importantly, and you hear it really quite firm. More importantly, it removes the excess paint, so it's easier for the next layer to go on. Our brown was made from that green lizard crimson. We'll continue to use that brown. That's a wonderful brown. Very nice chocolate brown. I like that color. Cut off our little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. Put a little back eave. The part once again farthest away from you. Don't worry much about the bottom. We'll paint it off. Right now we're just putting in some dark brown paint. So our little cabin will have a place to have some front and back on it. We take a little brown and a little white, mix it together here. That same brown color we're using. A little white. Once again, our little roll of paint. This is your delicacy test right here. Barely touched. You might want to use a small knife for this. That's a little easier. The cat looks like old wood. And over this side, darker. Just a hint. Just a hint over here. Wipe off the old knife. Take a little bit of dark. Chalet here or a hotel or whatever you want at your will. There. All you need is a little imagination. Practice a little bit. And allow this to take you anywhere you want to be. Anywhere. You can do this. Every day I receive letters from fantastic people all over the world. Tell me their fourth grade art teacher told me they had no talent. And they never painted, but they always wanted to. And then some crazy fuzzy-haired guy came on TV and said you can do it. And they tried it. And guess what? Guess what? They can't do it. And if you can do this, you can do anything in your life that you believe you can do. And you're willing to practice and work at it. Anything. Anything. I believe that with all my heart. My son Steve, I'm always telling him he can have anything that he wants if he's willing to pay the price. Okay, let me find, let's use a 1-inch brush. Let's have some fun. Let's go into brown. This is that brown we made from the sap and the alizarin. Pull it in one direction, turn it over like that. We want that rounded corner toward the top. Let's go up in here. And let's put in some little bushes and stuff that live in our world. Just touch, give the brush a little bend, push it upwards. See, so what do we do? Maybe right here. You decide. You decide. I want this to come right over. This guy's like me. He don't maintain his yard very well. There we go. All right. I leave my yard natural. Animals will live there. At least that's what I tell my neighbors. just take it, dip a 1-inch brush into a little bit of the liquid white. I'm going to yellow ochre. It's a nice gold color. Yellow ochre, maybe even touch the bright red, not much. Mostly just yellow ochre. Once again, pull it in one direction, turn it through beautiful close-ups and caddies to your gorgeous illuminating. Just a small trick thing. Take our liner brush, very thin with pink pattern, twist the bristles, turn it, brings it to a very nice sharp tip. Screw in here. Maybe in our world there lives just a small tree. I get letters sometimes people say, why did you put that big tree and write it in? You don't have to put a big tree in your painting. I just sort of like to do that. I like big trees in my world. But everybody's different. Color down so it makes shadows in your snow. Color. Let's take this tree and let's put it in the blue. I like to do those. Something about like that. It has the thing over the door. You put some highlights on this tree. That is. There. Down and glue that together. Take our liner, a little bit of red paint, and let's sign this one right here. Hope you enjoyed this painting. This was very easy. You'll be surprised with the results. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend. I'm so glad you could join me today. I've got a couple of my little friends here, a couple of little baby squirrels. Today I have a little gray squirrel right here. It's a little gray squirrel. And the other one's a fox squirrel. They're just little babies, well, 3 or 4 weeks old. Aren't they precious though? I I just adore these little critters. I just thought I'd share it with you before we get started here. Hi, guy. How you fellas doing today? They are something else. They are absolutely precious. So the fox squirrel is much larger than the little gray squirrel. And that's the same way they'll be when they grow up. Okay, I guess we have to go to work, guys. Hey, we have to go to work. Okay, tell you what, let's start out and run all the colors across the screen. Read along with me. While they're doing that, I'll set these little fellas down. Come on, you good to go? Isn't he precious? You gotta go. Time for me to go to work. Alrighty. Let's go right up here and let me show you what I've already done on the canvas. So we can fantastic look today. I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of the liquid white. So it's wet, it's all slick, and it's ready to go. And so let's just have fun today. Let's start out today with a little bit of Indian yellow. Let's just do a painting that's fun. I'll take a little Indian yellow and just go up here and make little crisscross strokes and start like so. The Indian yellow, as with every color we use, is mixing with the liquid white, and it allows us to literally blend color right on the canvas. Maybe a little yellow ochre right on top of that, right in there. Something like that. That's all there is to it. These little crisscross strokes make it much easier to blend color together than making stripes. So just use little crisscross strokes. Maybe we'll use a little alizarin crimson. We'll just use some warm colors back here in the background. Alizarin crimson. It's a beautiful, beautiful, warm, reddish color. There. About like that. And we'll just let that blend right in. Just allow the colors to blend together. Alright. Now, I think we can get away with it. Let's go into a little bit of phthalo blue. The phthalo blue is so much stronger than the crimson that we won't even have to clean the brush. We can just go right into it. Let's go up in here. Let's start on the very top, making little crisscross strokes again, little X's, and we'll paint the entire remainder of the sky with a little bit of blue. Bring it down to the crimson and stop. Once again, the blue is so much stronger than the crimson, it'll just eat up all the crimson in the world. There, maybe our world here and there. There's a little string cloud that lives out here. Just tap in a little cloud shape. Where we want it. Doesn't matter. Little clouds just breathe and just float around everywhere. Maybe. Shut up.
Big four here on Wednesday.
I don't know. Let's see. Dry brush. You can just blend all this together. Very gently. Very hairs up the hair. Just blend it together. It's that easy. We have a fantastic little sky. Tell you what, boy, have that brush. It's got a
Spanish delight can be the next two.
Let's just take, maybe we'll have a little water down here. And again, maybe we won't. But let's just put a little blue in and see what happens. Because we don't care. And, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. So anything that happens here, we can live with it. We don't care. That's it. Yes. Or enjoy of it. There. Not like it. That's all we're looking for. Alright.
Races on. Kind of a very good line.
That's really the most fun part.
Tiger Lily shows out first. Here's Moana's Power and Batman Cook.
Excess.
Moana's Power and Earl in front.
Like the orange tail starts to move out from fourth. I have people that right here, they had no desire to ever paint, but they just went out and bought a brush so they can make it better. I have there's nothing wrong with it. Let's take a little black.
Moana's Power nearly in front. Moana's Power by an inch. Spanish Delight 22.32 seconds for that opening quarter mile. Walla forces the time behind. Mortastic down to third. Kept Practicality's lost the spot. Fourth. Trying to wind it up. Dip Code Empty is going around to Tiger Lily. 3 more back to Wheeling and Dealing. And still the trainer in last. Bullets mine. Spanish Delight, Mortastic. Those two take over at the top of the stretch. Moana's Power now back third. Zip Code Envy continues to make steady progress. Blue Calf on the outside as they come to the top of the lane. Mortastic and Spanish Delight, these two
lock in on his battle. Past the 8th hole, Moana's Power down at the inside. Zip Code Heavy wheeling and dealing is bursting onto the scene late. It's More-tastic, Spanish Delight. There's still 1-2, wheeling and dealing, swings out from third. They drive to wire. More-tastic, Spanish Delight, More-tastic, or Spanish Delight, wheeling and dealing is flying late to get up to third.
Because the canvas is wet, you can move the color here.
Moto finish, 110 point. Sock winning owner and trainer Ronnie Allen Jr. Winning ride.
Back here. That's about all we're looking for. Make sure the brush is clean, dry. Yeah, down the base, so tap.
7 exactly. 7 strike. All about down the line.
Over here, follow this direction.
Nearly double 8-7 lightly. $21.05. Middle pick 4.
That takes out all the little tap marks, flips everything.
Nobody had all 5 of the super high fives.
That easy. Easy. You have less than that.
Carry that over to the upcoming 7. Fresh 1,000. 7 on the turn court. 20 back in here.
Base of
some scratches in here. Scratch 1, 3, 7, 11, 13, 14. 1, 3, 7, 11, 13, scratch. 12 does draw in on the also eligible list of will runs. We'll have a few remaining. Jockey overweights. The horses are all plus 2 pounds. 4, 12, all plus. Most time at 7, 22 minutes and 3:32 p.m.
Very lightly. It's the bottom. I'll make it a little bit darker right at the base of the out. Oh yeah, that's better. That's better. Yeah, a little liquid white on the knife. Pull it out flat. Pull it right where it's at. Built it out. Shoot. Go back to dirty color. Right over the ditch here. That's coming right up in here. This should break the test. What the heck? That's a big mountain. He's got no jagged arm. He sticks out like that. Now let's go every which way. Have fun with him. some of that green altogether. Conglomeration going here. All the dark colors basically. They wipe off the whole night. You know me. I like your trees. Let's do a tree. Use a fan brush loaded full of color. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. My little squirrels have to have a tree to live in. So let's give them one. Right there. There. Got the tree. Lives in your fan brush. There they are. Just let them pop right out. Let them pop right out. A little more paint. When you're going over like here, where there's a lot of paint already on the canvas, you may have to put a little bit of paint thinner on your brush and go through the paint. Because our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So you can finish one end and talk to the other end without it mixing totally together. You know, if it all mixes together, you end up being a mud mixer. All of us with paint have mixed a little bit of mud. There. Boy, I'm covering up most of my mountain here. Didn't mean to do all that, but take that. One more. One more little tree right out here. Whatever. Take maybe. I know. I'm telling you crazy here. Maybe this is a. Maybe we're up high looking down. Let's take some of that, pull it over. There's another place. Maybe it comes all the way around. Just pick up some of that fruit color. There. Let's just fill this in. You can do this with a paint roller. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I think it's a super way to practice. Do it this way. You can do a little practice. There. Don't waste your strokes. There we are. Take that brush paint trees with color still on it. I'm going right through cad yellow, ochre, yellow. And because it has blue and black, when we touch that yellow, we get green. Let's go back up in here. Let's put some highlights right on our tree. There we go. Gotta make a little noise. Come over here. Big tree needs some too. Big tree needs some. There. A little bit back in here. Change my mind. Sure will. Take a little dark sand, a little Van Dyke brown, mix them together. We need some big rocks back in here. So we just need some lures in here like that. Wherever we want them. Take a little white, a bit of that brown. Mix it together, make a little highlight color. You can barely touch. White and brown. Or brown and white. This, we'll put grass over the top, and some of these will show you they look like little rocks. They're right here. There. Okay. That green, yellow. Those colors. Let's just get it out. This is where you create the lay of the land, or the way the land flows. Sometimes we put it actually comes right on down, out like that, and it creates a whole different plane. Now the little rabbit can hide down in there and look over at us. Yeah. There. Right. There. Just tap. Don't let the brush slide. Just tap. Just tap. There. That is super weird, making little grassy areas. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Yeah, comes right over. That's a red mat in there. Not like bright. Dull the color. Red, green, brown, dull. All kinds will do it. Now the little rocks still look like they're
And sometimes I'll dip the brush into a very small amount of liquid white because that it brightens the color and it makes it thinner so it'll stick right on the top. See that little ridge of paint right there? We're pushing. There's one just like it on the brush. So try to get that. Now we'll go up here and use that little ridge of paint. Maybe our light's coming through here. We want to sparkle that edge. You can sparkle little parts of it, but don't sparkle it all. If you sparkle it all, then it loses its sharpness too much. Just a little, just think where light would sink through there and play. Sometimes I even take maybe a little bit of pure white in there, just to brighten it, but not very often. Like that. Light sinking through there, maybe over here be a little brighter. Just maybe like that. But this is a very nice little painting. It's very easy. It gives you a lot of practice. We have about all the equipment here to do the mountains, to do all of the little foothills. And the secret to this style of paint, or any style of painting, it doesn't matter. It's just practice. That's all. Just practice. The more you practice, the easier it becomes. Lift up, make it look like a little grassy area back in there. Painting, let's sign this one. Let's take a little paint thinner. Now I use bright red, but you can use any color you want. See how thin that is? Almost like ink. Turn the bristles. I'm still getting a lot of letters and I'm having trouble signing the painting, making the paint thinner. It's almost like ink. A lot of paint. Let's go up in here. Decide where you want to sign the painting. And all you have to do then, if the paint's thin enough, it will literally just float right over top of the other paint. Today. I thought today I'd show you a little painting that is so simple that anyone could ever paint it. Do this one here. In fact, it's one of the little paintings that you see in the opening. I thought maybe we'd show you how that was done. So I tell you what, let me show you what I've got up here. Today I just have a plain old double prime canvas and I painted it with black gesso and allowed the black gesso to dry completely. So it's totally dry. And we're going to start out today and just use a paper towel that I've wadded up here. And I'm going to show you how to take gesso. We use black, white, and gray gesso in different combinations up here. And I'll show you how to make a little back painting. And then we'll come back and I'll put a canvas up that has a finished gesso painting on it. And I'll show you how to color it. It's that easy. It's harder to tell you than it is to show you. So we'll just take a little paper towel. And I just got a little basket that I picked up. I'm just going to dip a paper towel right into a little bit of gesso. And let's go right up here. First thing we want to do is figure out where our light source is. And all you have to do is right here. Just a little bit off center. Start with the lightest area and begin working outward. See, maybe this is a joy of paper towel painting. There. But you want this to be your brightest area in the paint. So we just start from there and we work outward. Outward, outward, outward. There. Fantastic. These colored gessos are just unbelievable. They do wonderful things for you. They open whole new doors of imagination. There we go. A little bit more. Notice I always start back in the center with the brightest color. To the track for today's break step down. Build up some gesso. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And those little high points, grab the plus 2, orange plus 2, green plus 2, over 12. Wherever it is, instead of races, they've had 1,000 of these. Each one of them is more different. But what's so great about them, once again, even if you never painted your whole life, this is what you can do. Recently, we had our teacher review. We had a gentleman with us, Mike Korak, had never painted in his whole life, and he works with a paint company. So we got Nebraska up in front of all these certified instructors from all over the world. We had Mike paint his first painting, and he did a beautiful job. And this is the one that he painted. There, so I wanted to share that. A little bit over here. Once again, with this gesso, we don't make any mistakes. Because if you paint an area too light, you don't like it. All you have to do is take a little of the dark gesso and go back over it. No big deal. Something about like that. That's all we're looking for a background. All right. A little bit of gray here and there because I want this to be a little darker around the edges so that it looks like we have sunlight in the center and it's working out. So this is a little bit of the gray gesso right over the top. See? So if you don't like it, if it's too bright or too dull, you can change it that easy. Because this really is your world and now normally, if I was at home doing this, I would allow this to dry. It'd take but a few minutes since this is gesso. I'd allow it to dry before I start the next thing. But here we don't have that luxury, so I'll just show you how you go about putting the next layer on. We'll just pretend that it's dry. But when you're doing this yourself, I really recommend you allow this stuff to dry completely before you do the next one. It's just a little bit easier. Now, this takes a very complicated tool. This is called a foam brush. That's all it is. It's just a little disposable foam brush. Now, where we have the light area, I'm going to use black gesso. Where we have the dark area, I'll use white gesso and gray in the middle. I want to graduate the color. That's all we're doing. So let's start and do some little background trees. I'll take this little foam brush and go through a little bit of the black gesso. Just load it up. It doesn't really matter. Something about like so. Okay, so we have both sides with a little bit of black and all that shows. And we go up in here and we have to make our first major decision. Where up here does our tree live? All you do is touch, and as you work down, apply more pressure, and automatically the tree trunk will get larger toward the base. And trees normally look better if they're bigger on the bottom. So, there we go. Something about like so. So you just put in as many or as few trees as you want in your world. That's all there is to it. Really all there is to it. There's no secrets here. Now I'm going to start going into some of the gray gesso. Because these over here, they're farther away from the light. So when we're done, gray gesso will be a little bit brighter. And we can go right into pure white. There. That's it. The variation. That's all there is to it. Maybe we'll just do a couple of like this. See how they're done. I hit the whole forest here in just a second. But that's really all there is to it. You just sort of work back and forth and wherever you want it to go. Maybe over here on this side, maybe there's old trees got a little crook in it. Trees aren't all straight. But have old crooked areas. Doesn't matter. Back into our gray or white. Same basic thing. The farther you get away from the light source, the lighter you want things to become. And when we paint it, you'll understand why a little bit of the gray there. We apply oil color over the top of this dry gesso. Then all of this makes sense. Now I've got a little script liner brush. Just our regular script liner brush. Then I'm going to add water. I'm going to use water like we normally do. Paint thinner, just a thin gesso. So it's nice and thin. Okay, go up in here, and we can decide there's always little baby trees living amongst
amongst all these big ones. So we can put little delicate trees and sticks and twigs. If you have enough water, this will just slide right over it. There. And we can begin applying all kinds of little limbs and arms on these trees. Wherever you think they should live. Exactly where they should be. There we go. See that? Already it's beginning to look like it's deep in the woods. And what's neat when you're done with these, some people look at it and they like the black and white gesso version as well as they do the colored version that what you end up with. So this is an excellent way to study value, just black and white. When I was a young pup and went to art school, this is one of the things they had us do to learn to paint. We would take something like timber paints just in black and white. And we had to do entire paintings.
The horses have reached the post time. They're lining up now for
this is a lot more fun.
Getting underway here.
And a lot easier.
Field of 8 to go the mile on 26 to 5 favorite
back in here
yes,
pretty
this
soon.
time.
You don't even know where the arms really belong to. Don't know that it matters. It's just filler in the background. And I'm not going to sit here and paint each and every one of these trees. I just want you to see basically how these trees are done. Something like so. And as you work across over into here to the white tree, white gesso, to make it so. Now I can. I'll put a few on this old tree here just to just so we can see what it looks like.
Well connected is Edwards waiting on post facto. Gabriel Maldonado to the outside.
Character. Don't just make it perfectly straight with the arms coming out both sides. Let your brush just have an imagination all on its own. Let it go. And as you play with this, you'll begin to shade your areas.
Now the race is on. Smart Striker moved ahead of the start takeaway last.
White.
Set for speed is Starship Mocha. Goes after the early event. Rock trying to go with that one, well connected. And so back to 4 outside runners are the quickest. By the wire the first time round as the Rock comes to the left side of Starship Mocha. Those two share the lead. Most back are going to drop it. It's behind them in third. Taking that 4 back to well connected. Down at the inside, yes, this time the favorite came away and joined fourth. Just behind that comes Smart Striker out of fourth. It is now 6th. Over here on the side. Cinco de Mo in 7th. And Bayaton is your critter. They started their backstretch line. 22.86 second opening quarter mile. These two up top doing battle. Rock on the inside of Starship Mocha on the outside. Those two have pulled 4.5 lengths clear. Post facto right to their outside, well connected. Down at the fence. Yes, this time making some progress toward the inside is Chip. Coming up to join that second flight. Drawn in at 4 on the lead. Smart Striker still back at 6. 4 more to Cinco de Mo. And Bayaton still the trainer. Iraq seems to have put away Starship Mocha. Now going to have to brace for the challenge of the jump from behind her. Here's Smart Striker with the first move up on the outside. Well connected. Yes, this time had to go around Starship Mocha. Had a little bit of traffic trouble. Now, yes, this time having to check it behind. Well connected. So some trouble for the favorite there. Smart Striker up on the outside. Coming up after the lead. Here's Smart Striker at the 8th pole to grab the lead by a head. A Rock battles on. Well connected. Bayaton down the outside is closed from last. Is 4th now. Moving inside of that one is yes this time. Smart Striker, a Rock won't go away without a fight, but it's going to be Smart Striker to win it. The Rock was second, third with the yes this time, 4th, well connected. And pulled up there.
I think I'm not going to just spend the whole time that we have here showing you just how to do background trees. And the one that you see in the little opening, there's one big monster tree. And we go back to our little foam brush, put some black gesso on it. Let's go back up in here. And I just use the foam brush to do this. Just figure out where he lives and go, can make all those noises. Put a big old tree. He lives right there. I want him to come right across. There. But these little disposable foam brushes work very good for this. Got a big arm. Did that here. One over here. We don't know. And you go back to your liner brush. Once again, you can add all the details that you want to your painting. All the details you want. I'm just going to put a few in to show you how they're done. Because when you do yours, you're going to see it totally different. It's going to be better. Much better than this one. Because you'll have unlimited time do anything. I'm going to put transparent color over this pretty soon. Try all different color combinations. Transparent,
6, 8, 4, 10,
semi-transparent
and
color.
12. 4, 10, and 12.
Beautiful things. Now,
134.7.
down here on the bottom, put some little indications. You get over the paper towel. I'll just use this little foam brush. Think where the light's coming through. I'm just going to take a little foam brush and just touch. Just touch. You can do it with anything. So, just white gesso. I'm going into some gray gesso. But I want the edges to be nice and bright. There, see. Maybe over here on the other side. Just a little bit more of that. Just sort of bring all this together. It's up to you where you want these things to live. Back to the gray so it gets a little duller. Here and there we can even take a little black. Just play these back and forth.
Fans, we do have a Johnny Jackson Rider number 8, The Rock, a legendary appearance against an unofficial winner in the 16th hole.
Right in there. Whatever. Doesn't matter. You can use the brush any way you want to, sideways, straight on.
8
and
against
each way
6,
create
legendary appearance and the 16th
different
hole.
effects
All tickets.
for this gray. Together here. Figure out where your path lives. Just take this little foam brush and basically lay it in. There. That's all. That's all. Just like when we're normally painting, we need to lay that path down in there a little bit. So we put a bush over here on this side. Just like so. In front of it to be darker than up there because it would be closer to the light source. Okay. That'll pretty much show us how to do the little background. As I say, I would let it dry between each and every layer. Now, I want to show you the completed painting. So I went ahead and I've got a canvas here that's all dry that I've prepared exactly the same way. So allow me to step in front of this for just a second and change this canvas. It's already finished. So I can just show you how easy this painting is. Once you have the gesso in there, it really makes it very simple to do. I think at this time we would have run the colors across the screen that you need to do yours along with us. Okay, while they're doing that, I'm going to take a little bit of liquid clear and cover the entire canvas just enough to be sure that the canvas is covered one end or the other. But a thin coat, just a thin coat. Once again, allow your gesso to dry completely before you do this, because you cannot mix oil and gesso together while you're painting. You have to let the gesso dry. There. This is the hardest part of the whole painting. Then we put the liquid clear on. The rest of it's easy. There. But like this, got a hair there. Like this is very effective. The light is just black and white. All right. And that quickly. We have the entire thing covered in a very thin coat of the liquid clear. Okay. I just use a long horizontal vertical strokes to ensure that it's distributed across the canvas.
8 against 6, legendary appearance in the home stretch.
Turned out, I think possibly that you may have too much of the liquid clear. I would take a paper towel and wipe it. What's left will be just right. Now then, let me show you how easy this is. I'm going to go right into a small amount of phthalo blue. Phthalo blue. Very little paint's required for this painting. Very, very little. You can always add more. Let's go here. Start at the top. And all we're doing in reality is putting a glaze right over the top of our gesso. Isn't that fantastic? This makes some of the most gorgeous little paintings. And they're wonderful to do for friends and family because they'll just be amazed at how fast they happen. I'm going to take it right down to just the top.
6 of it. Let's take a little Prussian. Prussian blue is much stronger than phthalo blue. It's very, very strong. Take Prussian blue and just do the corners. In order to make this look lighter, you need to make the corners look darker. And we'll accomplish that just
There will be no change to the order of finish. Results will stand as is.
all right. That's far enough going with that.
If no change to the order of finish, results
Let's
will
see how
stand
that
as
double
is.
brush is going.
6, 8,
Right
4,
here.
10, and
Watch.
12.
I want to take Indian yellow. Once again, you need very little paint. Indian yellow is transparent. Okay, let's go over here. That's the reason I picked the Indian yellow over
Smart
the other
striker,
yellows.
the winner's circle, race to race double.
And I'm going to start right in here.
Junior, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Ian.
And we just cover the whole thing. It doesn't matter.
My purple haze table for winning over
Like so. With Indian yellow. But notice we intentionally let a little of that blue come down. The reason is because when we touch it now with this yellow, it's going to create a greenish cast. It's not going to be bright green, but it'll give the indication to the eye that there's green there. Now, if you wanted bright green, you can use sap green, which is a very transparent green, or you can just allow
Results are official. 780 on win Smart Striker.
We'll take some alizarin crimson, sap green, mix it together. A little more of the crimson and sap. I want to really sap. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife.
$20.75. The high five.
Take a little bit of that on a 2-inch brush.
Race 8 is coming up in just
And that will start the base. I want this to be the darkest. So we'll start here and work upward.
Scratch the number 9 adjust by Nilo.
There. So it'll give it a very dark look back in there. Bring it up to where you want it to stop. But isn't that gorgeous? And it's so easy. One thing you've never painted in your whole life, this is one you ought to try. This is one you ought to try. You can't make a mistake with it. It's so easy. Now, some people are very happy and very satisfied with their painting if it stops right there. So it looks like there's some on these tree trunks. See, yeah, you can do that if you want to. But let's make this brighter, like the sun. You know, when you walk through the woods, you can see the sun in the background, and it just burns through the trees. And it's so bright. Sometimes you can't hardly even make out the tree trunks. It's so bright. I'm going to take just the corner. There you can see it. See just the corner of the brush. We go right into a little bit of the white. Figure out where the sun lives up in here. In my world, I think it's right behind this limb here. Start right over the limb. Because once again, to me, when you look at the sun that bright, it's like it just burns right through that tree branch. You can't see it. It's probably something in your eyes. I'll have to get an optometrist to explain all that to me, but this is the way I see it. There, but just go right over it. But look at that sun coming through there now. For a long time, I wanted to make effects like this, but I didn't really know how to do it and make it look right. And then when they came out with all the gessos like this, it made it so easy. Now anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. And in your world, you should be able to do anything that you want to do. All right. You have to decide how bright the sun is and how far it goes out. Totally and completely up to you. But look at it, it's so bright it almost hurts the eyes. Sometimes it's fun to make like light rays zinging through there. Now, you know, if the whole painting is wet, that's hard to do. Because when you pull it across there, it's going to take you wet paint. But this is dry underneath. The gesso is dry. So we can, let's see, here to show you. All you got to do is just decide where it lives. Touch it, and then give it a little pull. Because you're not going to destroy anything. See the light coming right through those trees? See, just wherever. Look at it. That easy. Isn't that exciting? You know, paint thousands of paintings, and I'm sorry I get so excited about this. But it amazes me how beautifully this works. There. decision. But that easy. Have a painting that's just absolutely unreal. And then it's just a matter of going back and you can add in all kinds of little details that you want. You can put little sticks and twigs, or it's a good time to do a little squirrel. We show in some of the other shows. Good time to paint your little squirrel in here. Anything else that you want. Once again, I want to make this a little greener. I've got a few minutes left here. My brush can't blue on it. There we are. Add a little more of that blue right here. Show you how you can change this so easy. Okay. Now that we can take our little ink and yellow color, and this will become brighter green. It's up to you. You have to make that decision however you want. But that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And that's basically all there is to this little painting. When you do it, experiment a little. You'll find all kinds of wonderful things that you can do that I haven't even thought about yet. Let's take a little bit of red, and I'm going to sign this little rascal. We'll sign it up here so you can see it. With that, I think we can have a finished painting. I really hope you try this one. Send me a photograph of what you do, because it's unbelievable. Some of the pictures we're getting, people are doing fantastic things. Until I hear from you, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless you. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoyed us today. Today I have one of my little friends here. You know, I've got several letters since I've shown these in previous shows, asking how in the world to go about feeding a little squirrel. Well, it's a very delicate operation. Diana had worked with me for a long time. Diana is the bird lady here in Muncie, loaded with this little rascal. And this is how hard it is to get a little squirrel to eat. That's all there is to it. Aren't they the most precious little characters you've ever seen? Yeah, poor guy. Been here for years. Feed them 10 times a day, and they'll always be just about this hungry. Hey, you know, I have to go to work. Yeah, I have to go to work. Okay. All right. I'm going to set him right over here and let him finish lunch. And while he's doing that, we'll just get started. So let's start out and kind of run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me grab my palette here and put that up here. I've got my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and today I've covered it with a very thin coat of liquid white and liquid clear mixed together. So you have both of them today, clear and liquid white, because I want a translucent effect. So by putting them both on, the liquid white is very opaque. The liquid clear, of course, is clear. Let's start out there with a little bit of phthalo blue, just a small amount on the old 2-inch brush. Just work a little bit to the bristles. Something about like so. We'll go up in here and use our little crisscross strokes, little X patterns. And with this, very quickly put in a little sky, very light. I don't want this to be very dark. Just enough to sort of tint the sky so we know that it's blue back there. In this particular painting, the sky is going to be very unimportant. We don't really care. Probably won't even see much of it when we're done. Thought today we'd do some big trees, since we have our little squirrel there that's having lunch. Let's have a big tree that he can play in. There. Something about like it. That's really all we're looking for today. And that's about all I'm going to do for a sky. Something about like that. All right. Now then, let's take
picks up a brown made from alizarin crimson and sap green. Maybe just a little more crimson than green, depending on your taste, what flavor you wanted. Sort of try it and see. Everybody's different. Sort of decide if you want yours to the reddish side or to the green side. It's up to you. There. We'll just guess that that's about right there. And you wipe the old knife off. Wipe the knife on a paper towel. Grab another 2-inch brush and add a little color to it. And today, let's just play. Let's take this nice brown color and start right in here. And you're still using little crisscross strokes. Let's just make the indication off again. We'll go over the top. What the heck? What I'm looking for here is some basic shapes. I'm going to come back and turn that into a tree, believe it or not. But what we're looking for is very basic shapes. I'll add a little black right down here at the bottom so we have a dark area. That'll end up being the darkest part. That'll be the shadows. Where they're at. Drop them in. That's all there is to it. Man, while we have that going, tell you what. Let's just go down here. Ooh, I hit a little red there. That's all right. Doesn't matter. I fix the color well. Background for this particular painting. Same brown color. We want this to be very thin. Very, very thin. Something about like that. Almost the consistency of ink. Alright, let's go up in here. Now, back in here, there's gonna be a few old tree trunks and limbs and sticks. Wherever you want them. You decide where they live. Paint's thin enough though, it'll literally just slide right over there. We're gonna put leaves and stuff in here, so don't worry about a lot of detail. A few of them will show through. We don't worry about much. There. Something about like that. Maybe right there. There's another little rascal. Wherever you think they should be. Just indication. Would you like that little squirrel? Didn't he a mess? You know what? People like strictly out of love. There's absolutely no financial reward to it. In fact, most of them support it out of their own pocket. And it's done strictly, completely out of here. It's just the love of these creatures. To Diana and all the people around the country who take care of these animals, I tilt my hat because I think you're the most fantastic people there. All right, I'm gonna use a little round brush, and we're going to a little bit of the yellows, all the yellows, a little bit of the bright red here and there. Ooh, nice color. Just tap it to load.
Track for today's
All
eighth road, just like that late daily double here. It's
like going through the colors, actually layers of color for the brush.
That would be 5.5 furlongs.
Color.
Track. Wheel of 11 set to go. Scratch number 9 adjusted by halo number 9 scratch. Dr. Number weight number 8 electronics plus 7 pounds. Change up number 12 racing
individual shapes.
Rider Israel. Race 8 offers nearly double exact trifecta super high five week.
Fantastic. She's in there. Straight on shot, it'll look right to you. Hey, we're varying the colors, just sort of varying the flavor a little bit. All back here. All back here, wherever you want. So they just have a good time over there looking for lunch. There. All kinds of bushies. Dark at the bottom. Dark.
Today's Patriots double for Father's Day.
Let's get a fill 2-inch brush here and go into some matter. Same color, yellow. Something. So it's brighter out here than it is there. Let the canvas and the paint work for you, sure.
today. Check out your bravery. It's a brown made from sap green,
Approaching the gate.
and lizard crimson. I'll load a lot of paint on the brush. Just a lot of paint. Let's go up here. Character.
And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's eighth race.
This is our goal. We can do anything here.
Field 11 to go 5.5 furlongs. Post time favorite.
Little squirrels.
By Soundtrack of 4 to 5.
This is like going to the carnival for run up and down the street.
Diamond Kawama in the next paired load. There's Curling Rose, Samuel Maria, Master Castillo, and Eagle Tree winner time in the program. Eagle Tree. Mama's Lullaby, Jesus Suarez.
Right over here. Oh, it does not matter. Like that main tree. Seems like somewhere there's
Final note.
Just about like
Favorite Soundtrack. They'll be the next.
That's the nice thing about doing
That's on board Soundtrack.
Paint the
First ride racing
with the
company.
eye in the wrong place. Chance starting on
For Cameo and Gracious Beauty in the final pair, which is about set for start.
I know the tree is an old friend. My front yard had see it brown. Just mix my hair with the brush. No big deal. Where the light's coming from? We haven't really determined this painting. Maybe just go to the left. Take back.
Track now going up.
Put a little highlight over here on the left side of the tree.
Once again, back to the way though.
Just let the little velvet brush just bounce over.
Track only
Place
so
it.
4 to 5. Favorite
The paint's thick here. Let the highlights pick up the paint. The highlights. The high spots, I'm sorry. It's the highlight. High spot with the paint pick up.
Soundtrack goes in.
Sometimes
Gracious Beauty to the outside is Real Rodriguez over the line. Gracious Beauty going up and in. There in the gate. And the race is on. Set for speed of Curling Rose toward the inside. Truth right out to the front. Always drama away the order. Mama's Lullaby. Right to their outside. Goes Bonita Diamond. Is away in the fourth spot. A length and a half more. Back to Kawama Soundtrack. They race together in fifth and sixth. For our coach Rose, it's passed by Gracious Beauty toward the outside. Cameo's making some ground in that back market set. Then comes Electrica, the early trailer. His final note as they head into the far turn. Curling Rose, Mama's Lullaby. These two square off for a 22.56 second opening quarter mile. Just in behind them, Bonita Diamond getting closer from third. It's 2.5 more. Soundtrack, the favorites marching forward out of fourth. Cameo is to that one's outside. Still battling on is always drama. Mama's Lullaby, the leader at the top of the stretch. Curling Rose tries to battle with that one. Soundtrack getting in gear on the far outside. It's about 6 or 7 wide, but has some momentum out in the center of the track. As they have a final furlong left to go. Mama's Lullaby, Curling Rose. Here comes Soundtrack charging down the outside. Mama's Lullaby. Here's Soundtrack with 100 yards left to go. Soundtrack takes over late. And Soundtrack, Sarah has pulling away to win it nicely here at even money. They won it by 2.5. Mama's Lullaby second. Curling Rose third. Fourth. Looked like Bonita Diamond over.
take the yellow ochre, a bit of that brown color, maybe. Bright red. Darker.
420 on the way for soundtrack. Soundtrack, a 4-year-old dark bay around Philly by Kid Rags out of Party Goer was bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West. They had to root their double for them. Thunderstride Racing, the winning owners, Nick Goodwin, the winning trainer, Sarah Hess on board for the winning ride, and Soundtrack.
Not just easy. So on. Turntables, because I don't keep them.
And the trifecta is $46.35 times $41.50. The double 880, the pick 324.9. Then we have the super high fives. We'll carry that over tonight, Craig. So just 22 minutes away, 4:34 p.m. Race 9 on the Louisiana on the third of mile 16. Jockey change on the 3 new go, make the runner 3 out of chill. It's 9. Close out the car. Fans, don't forget if you're joining us this weekend, Kentucky Oaks Day on Friday, on live racing here at FNM. Of course, the big day on Saturday. Kentucky race card on Saturday. Sure to make plans. For more information, visit tampaydown.com.
Maybe somebody's walked back there to the woods. Gilbert Brown on it.
join us today. I thought today we'd do a painting and have a fantastic mountain, and I get a lot of letters saying, show me how to do a big mountain with snow on it. So I'm going to show you a mountain that takes up most of this painting. Let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I did today. Have a standard old double prime pre-stretched canvas, and I'm using an 18 by 24 inch, but you use whatever size is convenient. And I've just covered the entire canvas with a very thin, even coat of liquid white, so it's all wet and slick and ready to go, and let's just have a good time. Let's start today with a little phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It's a very pretty, warm blue. A little bit on the 2-inch brush. And we'll just go right up in here and just make a little crisscross strokes, little X's, something about like that. There. And we'll put a little cloud in the sky too, so I'll just leave the area sort of open. There we go. We're going to put a huge mountain in here. We don't need a lot of sky. Let's just, tell you what, let's do a big one right there, like something like that. Whatever. There. Maybe our world. Maybe underneath there. We might have a little water down the base. I don't know how much time we have left. If we have enough time, we'll put it. But I want to devote most of the time today to working on now I'll have this brush going. I'm going to add a little Prussian blue to the corner. Just darken it. There. That Prussian blue is much, much darker than the phthalo blue. Very strong. And a little bit down here too. I'll put a little blue in the corners that's darker than the rest of it. When the paint is done, it'll sort of make the eye go toward the center. That's all. Very lightly go across. That's about all we need. Now, the most fun part is whole technique in washing the brush. Let's do that. Scrub the brush in odorless paint thinner. Take off the excess. That really is the fun part. That's the fun part. Let's go to titanium white. Let's just take a little 2-inch brush and tap it. Just tap it right into some titanium white. Let's make a cloud now. Go up there. Take your brush. Decide where your cloud lives in your world. It's the easiest way I know of making a big effective cloud. Just tap in a basic shape. Maybe it comes right on around. I don't know. A little more color. We don't care. Maybe it just sort of floats out like that. I don't really know. You decide in your world where the big old cloud lives. But that's easy enough right there. And then very lightly, just barely touching the canvas, just sort of blend it a little bit. Just enough to take out the little tab marks. That easy. You have a nice little cloud that just lives up here in the sky. There. Making a lot of work out of it. There's another little indication right there. You're going to do more than one layer. Back layer first, then work forward. I just want to go in. Let's go into the titanium white. Load a lot of color into the bristles. A lot of paint. Just build up. One right to a sharp edge. By wiggling it and pulling it, it'll bring the paint toward the end of the bristles, and that'll happen automatically. Now maybe our world. Right. That out a little bit in a minute. But right now we're just some basic color. Off a little spot to work. I think with a palette this big I would run out of space. Down. Yeah. Oh. Shadow side. This angle right here is very important. It's your good friend. Real good friend. Take care of it. There. Maybe something here. I don't know yet. We'll decide all this later. Right now we're just blocking a little color. About like it. Back to my pure titanium white. See how that just looks like a sheer drop? That easy. That easy. Two. Black. shadows on here. Just a few little guys. Shadow of this big old rock. Side of it. Such an individual thing, and each person sees nature with different eyes. You see it as the way it should be painted. Intentionally picking up some of that dark color so it'll make shadows in there. So I want that snow to look like it's just coming up there and laying right up on the top. Maybe it comes right up when I can. Put another little rock right here. See, that'll help push that back. Just play back and forth with rocks and stones and angles, and all these things will happen for you. A little practice, and you'll be shocked at what you can do. Yeah, there. Just like a waterfall.
Trifecta Superfecta 23. We have super high five carryover of $933. We have those time.
That is still. Just put these where you think they should be. I like to have it down sometime where you can see the big rock projecting out into the snow. Looks like a big glacier. And glacier. I lived in Alaska for a dozen years. There's some of the most gorgeous glaciers there that you've ever seen. Absolutely fantastic. No doubt in my mind. God was having a good day at Alaska. So beautiful. Right. Background that's there. I was crushing brown. Values the strengths of it. One a little darker than the other. So just add white to them.
Final. Number 87. Back at it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend for our closing weekend festivities. Of course, we have Friday. Yeah. Saturday, the doors will open an hour earlier than normal. Of course, Sunday, our closing day card. Our final three programs of the season, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Wrap up the Get up here in the finale and go mile to 16, 4 to 5 favorite number 2, draft for elected trainer Gerald Bennett. Same number in both looking for closer to last name card. Get Green is right around investigate 5. Get box surprise. Sarah Hester for the late double. 99 to 1 here. Get box surprise.
We're taking Sandbrush going through the yellows, can yellow.
Paradise. Little Gomez is the outside draw.
There, see? Just load it up. Go back up here.
Paradise goes in.
Take a look at it.
Electric favorite highlighter. Settling down. There at the gate. This is off. Traffic collector got away in good order from the outside. Authenticate now, showing some speed between horses. Too much fun in the yellow colors. Traffic collector down the fence. Across the course early on, just behind the door. Straight. Down to the inside, Money Trail out at fifth. Focus up those two. Then Block Canada goes back in seventh. We're in silver. 2 more back to Fraternize inside that power party. Long shot, great by surprise. It's the early trainer. Get into that first turn. Authenticate now. Martinez crosses over now. A 3.5 lane advantage. Too much fun. The yellow colors are 6 seconds. Traffic collector the favorites third. About 4.5 off the top. Bridges 2 more back to Vogues up on the outside of Money Trail. They're like a half in front of Dorothea. 3 moves back to 6. Before that, Power Party. Trying to make a little bit of his road. Lock in on the Fraternized by Box Surprise. Money Trail. Now just 10 lengths front to back as they have a half mile left to go in the finale. And Authenticate now. Cruising up top. 48.2 seconds in the opening half. So Authenticate now. Been able to slow him down up front. It still has a 3-length advantage. Too much fun and pushed along a bit from second. Even that Florida Crafty collection. Down at the fence comes Money Trail. Right between them is Nouveau. Those 3 line up third through fifth. Still got to come catch Authenticate now. Authenticate now. The lead down to a length. Too much fun. Crafty Collector swings up 3 wide. Just in behind the leader is Money Trail, fourth in the red cap. As Authenticate now turns for home in front. Authenticate now got that breather in the second quarter and tries to kick away. Money Trail is second. Too much fun third. Crafty Collector did not go on. Nouveau toward the inside. Authenticate now trying to see it out. Money Trail trying to get to this one, the final 16th of a mile. Authenticate now still in front. Money Trail second. Authenticate now to win it. Money Trail was second. Third was close. Dorothea Dream might have got up over Too Much Fun. They are on a photo.
You can make the entire stone in just one stroke this way.
7154
I think you'll enjoy it. So let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got going up here today. I have my standard old double prime pre-stretch canvas up here, but today I've taken a little bit of brown acrylic and mixed it with gesso, and just took an old brush and sort of daubed in a basic idea here. As you can see, we're going to have a big tree here, and the rest of it will just sort of, whatever happens, we'll just sort of let it happen. It doesn't matter. Let's start out today and just have fun. I'm going to use the old 2-inch brush. We'll go into a small amount of Indian yellow, and I've chosen the Indian yellow because it's transparent. All right, let's go right up in here. I'm just going to come right in here and just begin with a little bit of Indian yellow, making little crisscross strokes. Just cover up the entire canvas. Just cover it up. What the heck? But just use little X's, little crisscrosses. It doesn't take but a second with a big old brush. And about like that. Just right over the top of it. Now the gesso, of course, was allowed to dry before we covered it with liquid clear. There. And the liquid clear is on there. Yeah, so the yellow with the other colors just going very easily. This is a dry canvas. We work ourselves to death trying to get that on there. There. Okay. When you have the entire canvas covered, then we can mix up another color. Find a little knife here. I think today I'll make a transparent brown out of alizarin crimson and some sap green. Probably a little more crimson than green, depending on which way you want it to go, toward the red side or the green side. It's up to you. I won't mind if it was sort of toward the reddish side. All right. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife here.
Authenticate now to the winner's circle.
I'll just use the same old brush.
Your old Bay Philly by
We'll go to a little bit of that brown color. And we'll start down here at the bottom. Allow it to mix with the color that's already on there. And we're blending upward. When we blend it upward, I want it to be the darkest on the base and work up. We'll start at the bottom and allow it to blend out. Like so. Well, there's two of them. Maybe wherever you want to go, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, because as you know, you painted with us before. We don't make mistakes. We just have the excellence. I have that little brown on the brush. Let's take and put a little bit in the corner. By putting a little of this dark color in the corners, it'll make the other areas look brighter. There. About like that. Right into that yellow that we already did. Place it over in this corner. There we go.
Folks, that does close out the show for Libraries this afternoon.
Look like
Tampa Bay Down. Thank you for joining us.
Background. Acrylic with gesso in it.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
All kinds of doors. So let you go wild. Okay. And that's really about all I'm going to do.
Simulcast downstairs on the first floor. Poker and Silver Poker Room on the fourth floor.
Okay. Yeah, most fun of all was washing the brush.
5 to 7 p.m. at Legends. And
Decent though. Wash your brush with odorless
from all of us here at Tampa Bay Downs, we wish you a very pleasant drive home.
Take off one step.
Good night, everyone.
I thought maybe today. Tell you what. Let's get our little round brush. I'm going to take this. Go into some yellows, yellow ochre, a little bright green, yellow here. I'm going to just go back and forth between all the sap green once in a while too. And even if this is fall, sometimes there's still a little bushy too. Green left over the path back there. You don't want that out. Each of the time. Some little highlights on him. But that's basically all we're doing. Allow that color that you put on first with the gesso and the acrylic to show through. It'll create all kinds of beautiful and interesting effects. That is red, yellow with it, mixing that orange color. In the fall, like Jack Frost took all the colors in the palette and just sort of went crazy. That's what we're going to do. There. I have your little bush lips right there. Just like that. Once again, work in layers. Don't do the bush that you think is the farthest away and work forward. Always working forward. Vary your colors a little bit. The layers in there. Put a few sticks and twigs in there that look like it goes back 1,000 miles. To me, that's what makes a painting fantastic. Is that it has depth, dimension. It's not just an old flat surface. Maybe in our world back here, yeah. Let's have an old barn. Maybe that is right here. I'm going to take it. Just pick out a basic shape. I'm just scraping off the excess paint. And at the same time, just scrape in, let's say, a basic shape for a nice old barn that lives back here. Has a good time. Maybe it comes out like that. I don't know. Something like that. Over here, might be some. like putting snow on the mountain. Very, very gentle. Very touch. You can do this with a knife if you wanted to. I thought maybe we just do it with this. Doesn't much matter. It's up to you. There. So it. Let's get the knife. We'll take a little bit of yellow ochre, a little bit of red, a little bit of that brown paint. You don't overmix it, leave it. So we cut off that little page. You have all these colors. They're living right here in this world. I just want to touch now and let it just bounce. Make it look like a old roof on this thing. It's like me. It's had a hard life. This was probably seen as red day. I like to paint like pictures of them. It's a good way to make your reference library on old buildings or even trees and clouds and stuff like that. You should stop and take pictures of them. Save them. I have a file, I guess you would call it, of photographs and pictures and ideas that people have sent from all over the country. And that's where a lot of these ideas come from. I go through there and look at them. That's what I did. That's a photograph. One day you'll see it over here. Touch here and there. Edging between the individual boards, slabs, whatever you want to call them. That was the back of she sort of grew up brown. Some of that brown that we made crimson, sap green, a lot of paint. Maybe. Okay, that's your bravery test. Well, maybe not too big today. How about just a little tree that lives right here? Comes right down like that. You know me, I think everything needs a friend, even a tree. But we get a little rain to bed through beside him. It's pretty. So fantastic. We showed them a couple of times. There. I like all those little critters. Peapod still lives in my backyard. We've turned him loose. He's been loose for quite a while. Probably has his own family now. Still comes every day. Actually scratch on the glass at the back door, sliding glass door there. Hassle me till I let him in, and then he knows where the nuts are stored. He goes and buys the one that he wants. And out he goes. Not advocate keeping any of these wild animals as pets. Grateful, eternal. years from now, when people find your painting, they'll recognize you signature, and they'll know that you had a fantastic day, and that on this day, you experienced the joy of painting. Until next show, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. You know, I'm so crazy about this colored gesso and the black and white and gray gesso that we've been using. I thought today we'd do another little painting using some of that. But let's start out first of all and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. They'll come out right about there. Okay, while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got today. Today I've taken an oval canvas. This is, hope you can see it against the black background. But this is just a canvas that's made in the shape of an oval. A lot of times we use contact paper and make ovals on rectangular canvases. But today I'm using an oval canvas. You pick it up in any yard store around the country. I've taken a little of the black, white, and gray gesso and a liner brush. Probably an old liner brush is better than this. And I've just painted some little tree trunk shapes very quick. And then some limbs. And then took a paper towel and just daubed in a little bit of little gobs of gesso to make it look like little leaf areas and allowed that to dry completely. Now let's go right down here. Down at the bottom, I've taken the filbert brush and I've used black gesso and gray gesso, and I've just made some little stones, the same ways we make stones normally. In fact, before it's over with, I'll show you how to make some above the water. I'm going to have water in this, and I want to have stones underneath. I allowed the gesso to dry completely. Gesso is an acrylic base, and it needs to dry completely. After it was dry, then I've covered the entire little oval canvas with a very thin coat of liquid clear. The clear is just to make it wet and slick. It allows us to actually blend color right up here. Whew, what a long explanation, but it's really very simple, and if you've never painted, this is one you can do. Let's start out today with we'll use a 2-inch brush and a small amount of phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue because it's a very bright blue. It's a happy blue. There we go, and it's very transparent. But just load a little onto your 2-inch brush. Okay, let's go ahead here now. Now all you have to do when you have this gesso background is really just apply color. It's mixed liquid colors on there. And what it is in reality is a glaze. It's just a glaze. It goes right over the top of that. And turn this into a gorgeous blue background. Now you can do this with any transparent color. I just picked blue today, but you can go with any color. It doesn't matter. Any transparent color. Sap green in this particular painting would be gorgeous. Well, I got that on there. Just have any more brush. This would cover up the red. Here to make a green background. It'd be wonderful. Or once again, you can just use sap green. Let your imagination go. Experiment. And, you know, the very worst thing that can happen in this is that you take a little paint thinner on a paper towel, you wipe it off. It doesn't hurt the gesso at all. You do it again. Wonderful way to practice because you can't make a mistake here. Let's wash the brush. It's the most fun part anyway. It's the most fun part. You call it excess. And just take the double out of it. That's the fun part. Okay, I think we need to wait for the water to get down here. I'm going to have a little waterfall. Show you how to get a little waterfall. I want the brush to a little bit of liquid clear. And then we'll go through the titanium white on the right back of the chip. Just get a little bit. gets down toward the base, one uses the blender brush. And a very small amount of that color on there. Natural bristle brushes, which means it's real hair. Sometimes when your hair gets a little crazy, you'll look at mine. So easy. Van Dyke Brown starts in a good, strong, dark brown here. A little bit of paint once again. Let's put a nice rock, something to contain that waterfall.
I've been training horses 30 years. Not for it, but personally, it wouldn't change anything.
What are you gonna do?
Our business is very competitive.
I like to win. You know, anybody I think loves making history.
It literally takes 4.5 years to get to this point. We're not fooling around. It's tough to win. Everything has to go right. A lot of these good horses, they know they're good. And Mackenzie, he knows right now that he is the man. So hopefully, through that.
What's the most prestigious race in all of the United States? Most people probably say the Kentucky Derby, but it's not, and it's not even close. It's the Breeders' Cup Classic. The Breeders' Cup Classic is the Super Bowl.
Just to be in it would be amazing.
To win the Classic is the best horse in the world.
The future then is really bright.
That's why we're here. Pinnacle. The payday that comes with that.
$6 billion.
The horse is going to be worth $25 million. A lot of hard work. This is 24 hours a day, early morning hours, late nights, time away from family. The Breeders' Cup is the best of the best from all over the world. Best trainers, you have the best jockeys. You have to be at the peak.
Handful today.
You got to have a horse
The
that's on
champion
top of
hero
the
of
game
yesteryear,
on
Citizen
that
Bull.
exact day.
On track.
Breeders' Cup Challenge has winning you're in. Rick.
Hey, this is Stubborn Keith, and the road to Kentucky Derby starts right now.
Here, more than 20,000 foals are born. For future champions, this is where the road begins.
Good magic to the front of the field in the twin grass. Audible, no doubt about it. Justify winning the Santa Anita Derby.
At age 3, only 20 can enter the starting gates on the first Saturday of May.
All right for Justify.
This is the road to the Kentucky Derby, presented by Woodford Reserve. Today, country music superstar Toby Keith talks about being an owner, a breeder, and finding his Derby contender.
You want to get another one like that, but you can't. They're hard to find. They don't come along very often.
Also, Sol Kumin is a new kind of owner who's already making
It's a
history.
handful today, including the champion 2-year-old of yesteryear, Citizen Bull. On track this morning for trainer Bob Baffert. Coal Battle, the winner of the Rebel Stakes, looks to make his final drill prior to the run for the Roses. And Baeza, still on the outside looking in, but they've got to make all the preparations as if they will draw in come Saturday. Welcome back to Churchill Downs. It's breakfast at the Kentucky Derby.
¿Qué pasó? ¡Ay, arriba! ¿Qué pasó? ¡Ay, arriba, loco! ¡Arriba!
Breakfast at the Kentucky Derby. It is Monday morning. No racing this afternoon, but we still have some major works on tap for you. This track will open in about 15 minutes from now for the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks runners. And Simon, for the first time today, we're really going to delve into that Oaks field as well.
Yeah, start looking at some of the fillies. They're going to have some workouts as well, and then we'll check in and see how those horses came out of their workouts yesterday as well. And weather is going to be key because it's dry today, but rain Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
And Joe, we're going to get you back on the Equicizer because that was popular yesterday. But we're also going to take a look at the got to get it better.
Yeah, again, we're 5 days out, so nothing crazy is going to be going on. All the horses that had workouts yesterday and the day before, really probably just going to walk today, jog, easy gallop from here on out.
And poor Mike had a bad start, Joe. The escalators were turned off. He had to walk up the stairs this morning.
He could have blew a candle out, I'll tell you that.
We're starting this already?
Here we go.
We've done nothing but show a shot of a tractor. You guys are already cracking coconuts over here. Yeah. Here's a look at the weather. As it's supposed to get up into the 80s the next couple of days. And then later in the week, we have a little bit of rain. It's a 5-day forecast. I don't put anything in a 6-day forecast, Simon. But the next couple of days will be nice.
Yeah, they will. And my guess, at least for Derby, the track's going to be fast. I will pretty much guarantee that because we're going to have dry conditions Friday afternoon into Saturday morning.
Thankfully, we have reporters to take the pressure off of me today because Simon and Joe have been relentless. Scott Hazelton, Kate Bradar, Cale Keller joining the program as well. As we kick things off today, let's get to Kate, starting with Bob Bafferbarn.
Hey, Mike, we're at barn 33 for 6-time Kentucky Derby winner Bob Baffert. Is Rodriguez already putting in his final Derby prep yesterday with a very nice workout? I asked Bob what the plan would be from here. He'll walk this morning. He'll walk tomorrow, and as you guessed it, he's going to wrap him in bubble wrap and hope that things stay the way they've been all the way. Meantime, Citizen Bull is getting ready. Martin Garcia, his jockey in the Kentucky Derby from post position 1, just arrived at the barn. He'll be aboard for a workout that will be, according to Bob, around 4.5 furlongs. He'll break off a little before the half-mile pole and then gallop out strong. I asked about blinkers because there's been some talk back and forth about him possibly taking the blinkers off, but the blinkers will remain on for the Kentucky Derby and they'll be on for the workout as well, and we'll follow him to the track to get all the action. Right now, though, we'll check in with Scott Hazelton.
And Caton, we're back here at the Lonnie Briley setup with Cole Battle as he gets ready for his final work before Derby 151. I was just having an opportunity to speak to Lonnie, asked how many works is this going to be since the Arkansas Derby to the Kentucky Derby. He said it's going to be his 4th workout. You might remember back to immediately following his run in the Arkansas Derby, Lonnie admitted he only worked him 3 times, so 4 full workouts. He's going to go 3/8 of a mile. That is norm for him when it comes to his final workout before any race. So 3/8 of a mile, and we're going to have an opportunity to check in with Lonnie Briley here in the next few moments.
Scott, we are at barn 42, where Baeza getting set to come out for a 5-furlong solo drill, and champion jockey Flavia Pratt will be aboard for this. And in talking to the connections, quite a different experience for them, as of course they are on the outside currently looking in. And if you look at the also eligibles in recent history, you know, of course, Rich Strike famously won the Derby from the also eligible list, but in recent years you had horses like, you know, Epic Ride, we had King Russell. Baeza, essentially in the history of also eligibles, is the most serious contender to try to find their spot here late in the week. So, of course, a small contingent coming in from California, but John Sherritt's looking forward to getting Baeza out here on the racetrack, 5 furlongs for a solo drill, and trying to find their way into the Derby, guys, to the last second.
If Baeza gets in, I'm going to be real tempted to make him my pick. I think he's got a load of talent, and to me, of all the runners in this new Derby, he has the most upside. We have no idea how good he's going to get.
Yeah, I mean, he just broke his maiden in his 3rd start and ran a really good second in the Santa Anita Derby to the favorite journalism. I mean, I thought that was a really good effort.
Yeah, I mean, he's improving. I mean, I went back and watched all his works prior to his first. He didn't on the ground. Didn't know what was going on. His workouts early on, he was green, looking around. And in typical John Sherritt's fashion, he just brought him along and along and along. So here's the field as it stands right now. Citizen Bull, obviously, down at the inside. I think journalism, everybody agrees, has got the perfect post position. I don't think the draw had an adverse effect on anybody, really. I mean, the one hole's the one hole. It is what it is. But you've got speed down to the inside. The horses that close are in good post positions. I don't think the draw is going to be an excuse for anybody.
Well, the two horses toward the inside both have speed, so the inside draw is not necessarily bad for them.
I think who drew really well, who has speed, is East Avenue, honestly. I think he's definitely going to be part of the early pace, if not on the lead, but again, a little bit outside is definitely a lot better.
So there's a look at the current odds. Baeza still on the AE, but 5 days for a defection for him to slide into the body of the field. We're going to slide on out to the back stretch right now. Scott Hazelton.
Where Mike Cole Battle is coming out a little bit earlier than most of these other horses would for this Derby training window, and Lonnie Riley says they bring him out early because it takes him a little time to get there, because he'll walk about 50 feet and then he'll stop and then just look around. We've seen him do it already twice since leaving the barn, and we haven't made it very far from barn 42 towards the track, so we'll see him walking here. Lonnie Riley's grabbed hold of him to walk him towards the gap that he'll enter the track into, so we'll see how far he makes it, and I think that we're going to get an opportunity to see him stop and just kind of take in his surroundings here in the next few steps that he takes. So he's made it further at this point than he has at any point leaving the barn, and there he is. There he does. He stops. He's watching the folks there, as there's a lot of people looking at us as well, so he is just taking it all in, and this is his routine. And Lonnie Riley, like any good horse trainer, knows the horse's routine, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So he's going to stop here, take a couple of glances, and then at some point when he's ready to start moving forward, he will start moving forward. So this is normal for Cole Battle. Very intelligent horse, as he's even looking over at us right now, getting ready to head out there. Now he's ready to go. So we'll see how far we make it. We're not too far from the gap. But off goes Cole Battle as he awaits the track to open here in Churchill.
That's a great view, and I think I love about this is why you tune into the breakfast show, to see horses, their environment, and to see their natural state. They're all individuals. They all have personalities. And Cole Battle, like you said, just pointing, he's a very smart horse. He's observing, he's taking in his surroundings. He has his routine, and this is part of the great horsemanship of Lonnie Riley.
Yeah, more often than not. I mean, in my experience working around, I was lucky enough to work around a lot of good horses on both sides of the Atlantic. And typically, this is behavior that you see from some really good horses. They'll stand and watch. Yada used to do it. Cigar used to do it all the time. And as Joe said, because he's are up looking around, there's a lot to take in. For a horse coming here, there's more people here. So yeah, it's a mark of an intelligent race.
Scott is just sitting there taking it, all of it. There's a lot to take in here, Derby Week.
There's a lot to take in, guys, and Lonnie, he told us this is what he would do. He walks, he observes, just as it's always been his routine, even when he's out here, Churchill.
Yes, sir. And even when he gets on the track, he'll turn around and stop, and he'll watch 2 or 3 horses go by, and then he'll go on, But it's just something he does, and he observes everything,
What are the expectations for this 3/8 work?
I don't want to gut him out, but if he works 36 and change, I'll be happy. Let him gallop out, But it's more or less kind of open his lungs before the race, But he likes to do it, and a horse is a creature of habits, and actually in the Rebel Stakes at 3/8 he took the bit and started running for the hot rider accident, and the rider took off running for accident. And so it's just something we do with him. They all different. This is what he likes.
So his 4th workout since the Arkansas Derby, 3 workouts going into the Arkansas Derby. Are you happier with this pattern coming into Saturday?
Yes, I am. Yeah, he's trained good over here. He likes the surface. I stood him in the gates. He's always good in the gates. He stood like a statue right down. And trained for it, He bore his head, go around there like a little soldier.
The well-behaved young man. So good. We look forward to this workout, Lonnie. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Let's check in with Caleb.
Scott, we're here with Robert Clay, the CEO of Grandview Equine, who bred the Derby winner 2 years ago, talking about Mage, and the Belmont winner last year. And Robert, now tense moment seeing if this talented horse Baeza can get in. But tell us about him from the start as a foal and how he's gotten to this point.
Well, he was a late foal. A night foal is different than beige and how it's made. But he's a little late to come along, but he's doing great.
When you say he's different from how it's made to beige and Dornoch, what do you mean?
Well, they're different type horses. He's more of a classic quick-built horse. Dornoch was a bulldog, so it is different.
How about the mare, Puka? You've got essentially the best brood mare going right now. I remember she won the maiden by 16 lengths at Belmont, but how was she as a producer before Mage? Has she always been a blue hen, or is she now coming into the twilight?
Well, her first foal was sixth place, gun runner filly that we kept, and then Mage Dornoch, and this guy, she's been consistent. She had a lot of ability herself.
What did John tell you about Baeza when he first came to his barn?
Well, he's like him from day one, and we're just hoping to get a seat on the bus.
And today, 5 furlongs with the champion jockey. What are you hoping to see?
I think he's just hoping he's happy, and I think it's going to get him sort of the main work here. I think as long as he's happy, we're happy.
Almost to the track here, Baeza. Caden, let's get it over to you.
Yeah, well, Martin Garcia just got up and some last-minute adjustments of the bridle and now headed to the racetrack. He goes to the racetrack by himself without a pony accompaniment. Jimmy Barnes is actively with the Oaks filly for Bob Baffert, Tenma, but they describe him as very sensible, Citizen Bull, a horse who is pretty well-mannered and kind of does what you need him to do, despite the fact that he has some wicked early speed. You can see that he's got those blinkers on board. They're not big blinkers. In fact, there's very little cup at all surrounding the eye. So just something to kind of put a little extra pressure on the horse to keep him focused and let him know that something is there, keep his mind on business ahead of him. And Bob did say that those blinkers will remain on for the Derby, but again, you can see that there's really very little covering the eye at all or cutting off much, but just a fraction of the peripheral vision. Martin Garcia said he's a horse that you can kind of do anything with him. And Martin, what will you be doing to him? Half a mile, and is he pretty sensible? Does he kind of respond to whatever you ask him to do?
Anything. Yeah, any question.
We will keep an eye on him. I can tell he's very calm and relaxed, but he's also been described as a little cocky at times. He should be as a Breeders' Cup juvenile champion, but it's not often that you can see a horse with this kind of a following around him. The crowd, just amazing, that has been accumulating at the barn and now collecting at the Gap right now to sit and watch Citizen Bull, who is just kind of waiting his turn to go out there and do what he does. Now, when I asked Bob for specifics about the workout time-wise or even distance, he said, somewhat jokingly, I'd let them decide once they get out there. But we do expect him to break away, kind of pick up momentum, approaching the half-mile pole, and in fact start the work before the half-mile pole at the 4.5 furlong pole, and then continue on through the turn. And that gallop out will be something that everybody will be keeping an eye on, guys.
And there you can see our 3 workers today for the Derby. That's Baeza in the top left, Cold Battle the top right, and then Citizen Bull there. You'll always be able to recognize those blue and yellow checks of the Bob Baffert. So I'd say one thing I've taken away in the last 10 minutes watching that was the interview with Lonnie Briley. We talked to Ethan West yesterday, his first Derby. Lonnie Briley's free. You see Ethan West, young, family. He said, this is a lot. I'm overwhelmed already. Lonnie Briley, I mean, you talk about a horse taking off to his trainer. They both stand there like, this would be a 1.25 allowance for he's coming up. But,
it's almost like he's been here 10 times before. I mean, look at him there. He's kind of hanging out. But I cannot get over Cole Battle's demeanor there. I mean, he's for a 3-year-old. Again, we spoke about that yesterday in his gallop. I mean, he acts like a older 5-6-year-old horse. And I mean, again, there's hundreds of people. I mean, he's handling himself.
And I think we have to separate ourselves from the sentimental story of like, oh, Lonnie Briley, he's this little trainer, we're really rooting for him. Yeah, that's all true, but we're looking at a trainer that, like, with age comes wisdom, with experience comes wisdom. Yeah, he doesn't have any experience here at Churchill Downs for the Derby, but he has a lifetime of experience in this game. He's an excellent horseman, and this is the Rebel winner who he flat out told us he had a little short for the Arkansas Derby. Yeah, this is a legitimate contender latter part of his breed. Citizen Bull is the first one to break away out of the track.
And the horses like Colt Battle and a barn like Lonnie Briley, this behavior, the horse has got to have the makeup. And I'm going to repeat myself again. A good horse there's a lot between the ears, but a lot of it comes from the foundation, the way you break them, where you train them in the morning, how they're handled, and sometimes when you have a smaller barn, Joe, you can spend a little more time with the horses and they respond accordingly.
And not only that, and you can speak to this, Simon, I think it's a lot harder as a trainer to train people horses to get them better. So when a trainer like that does get a good horse like this, I hate to say it's easy, but it's easier.
Correct.
I feel like it just because they were so used to kind of those bottom level clinic horses, which are so hard to kind of keep sound and fit. So a horse like this, it's just an absolute pleasure, I would imagine.
I think we're going to keep the eye on all three of these horses right now. They're probably going to work in similar fashion. So we'll try to get them all to you live.
Guessing Citizen Bull will go first.
It looks like it. It looks like he's a little bit.
John Ferris is kind of, same thing. He'll stand out there for quite a while, takes his time with his horses. I mean, we know Colt Battle kind of just looks at everything, and Bob will get moving here, probably with Citizen Bull and Martin Garcia.
Yeah, Citizen Bull just passed his
going the wrong way, right?
He looked really good coming behind his
Colt Battle will be in our way in just a moment as well.
There's a crowd of about, would you say 1,000 people here? Am I exaggerating, maybe?
No, it's
about 1,000 people watching these. And Martin Garcia is literally right in front of me. He's basically at the wire, just
I'm curious what kind of boots Martin has. Normally he's got some snakeskin boots that are about 5 sizes too big.
It's hard to shop for those sizes. They don't make toddler boots. Oh boy, it started real early. We're gonna have to send some more coffee up to the set.
Kids section, Simon, is cheaper.
Yeah, but Kids R Us don't have ostrich boots, do they?
Oh my goodness. There's a look. There's a look. Once again, we've got this. How we've got it right. On the upper left, that is Baeza. And now Cole Front's walking in front of all the fans, and he's getting a good look at him, and they're getting a good look at him.
That's another thing. You see all the people there? That's the one shot we've got of it there. I mean, they're just coming in. This is the locals here from Louisville, and this is some of them who probably elect to pass on one of the races Friday and Saturday. This is the chance they can see the Derby horses go.
I do love how Churchill Downs opens it up for everybody, because I feel like a lot of people the past few years, they don't really know to an extent what we truly do in the morning as far as like workouts and stuff like that. So for them to see this firsthand, especially Derby week of all things, I think it's really, really good.
So they talk about horses handling the crowd and the distractions. If there was a route to the Kentucky Derby where you got that on every leg, it's certainly Oaklawn, because that entire city revolves around horse racing. And the Arkansas Derby is the biggest party in the state of Arkansas. And it's not only the fans on the rail, but they have an infield that is packed with people as well. So they have the distractions on both sides. The Rebel Stakes, not much different. They have the same kind of an atmosphere, just maybe 10 or 20,000 fewer people, but it's a massive party. And I don't know that any other trail offers that kind of experience for a horse. We know the purse money's great, but from that perspective, going through Arkansas for Colt Battle has been a pretty good experience.
No, I couldn't agree more. And again, there's so many people at the Rebel and Arkansas Derby. It definitely has a Kentucky Derby feel.
There's a look at Citizen Bull. He's getting ready to break away. What are we going to see here, Simon? What are you looking for when he starts moving into that work?
Well, he's a good workhorse. Again, I've gone back and looked at all his works. If he's not traveling smoothly and easily, then I'd be concerned. But he's a typical Bob Baffert worker. He'll do everything probably on the bridle with ease, and he's going to go 4.5, 5 furlongs.
Yeah, to Simon's point, I don't think he's going to go any slower than 48 change, a minute and change galloping out. That's just, if you look at all his works, 112 and change, 59 and change. Again, that's just, to your point, that's just typical of this horse.
How does he look right now, Joe?
I think he looks unbelievable. He's got he's not ranked, but he's definitely got a little hold of Martin Garcia. You can see he's got his hands back. But yeah, he's ready to go.
Yeah, this is great. This training, this time they give for the Oaks and Derby horses, so there's no other horses on the track, and that's what we've been talking about. You see the transition into the work, how smooth it was. There's no other horses around working around him, in front of him. So we have a tight shot, but if there was a horse working in front of him, sometimes that's a target and makes him more aggressive to do more.
He's going to go 47 change, I bet.
Yeah.
He's clipping along pretty good. He's doing it easy, but he's putting up some solid fractions, it looks like. But again, this is very typical of him. He's right now really, real good. But again, look at his ears. He's doing it pretty well with himself.
The lead chase so smooth. Yeah, we're going to talk about that.
See it.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to talk about it later on in the week.
but he's running out. Yeah, I mean, one, it's the horse does that. Two, the trainer wants that. I mean, I think if you go back to Bob Baffert's barn and he worked at 49 and 450, he wouldn't be very happy with you.
Oh, he would.
I mean, he's been happy with Martine for 20 plus years. I mean, Martine has been one of his go-to guys in the morning. He's used him in the afternoons plenty as well. But even when he's not riding his number one horses, Martine has been a very trusted hand for Bob Baffert. And you can see now he's in the gallop out.
Always when they pass the wire, they jump into that left lead in the turn. Bob always has to keep on going around there, right, Joe?
No, absolutely. That's why we spoke about that the last few days. I feel like they're just so fit, especially for their first start. I mean, they've had workouts that normal horses it would take 2 or 3 races. They're just so fit, and then once they were able to do that, I mean, again, these workouts are just so easy for them.
So there's a look at Citizen Bull. I'm assuming, Simon, you're going to give him at least 4 stars for that when we get the time. We'll let you know.
For sure.
Citizen Bull finishing up his work. Now let's go to Coal Battle. Let's take a look at Coal Battle's work.
So he's going to go 3 furlongs. And, you know, if you're not familiar with distances, 3 furlongs is pretty much it's the shortest distance you can go for a time workout. We call it a blowout. It's basically a sprint as far as workouts go. But look how more aggressive he gets.
He's wanting to go. He's really wanting to go there.
Yeah.
Look at him. He might go a half.
Yeah. He knows it's time. Yeah. Excuse me, there's a little more traffic here. That's Grande probably passing right there.
That's Grande.
Yeah. You can see the exercise rider stretched out like a rubber band.
You know, that's so interesting because a horse like that, think about it, when he was standing at the gap, he was so laid back, didn't turn a hair, could care less, but when he gets on the racetrack, he knows it's time to go.
He looks like he's really fighting the exercise rider here.
He's really, that's what I would say he's getting, like, pretty rank, definitely wanting to go. Yeah. Now a rider that I think they're just starting to break off.
Yeah, 3/8, they're just starting to break that. There's Lonnie Briley looking on down below. So you see the transition was a little different into the work, but she was caught up in a little bit of traffic there as well. But he wanted 36 and change, which is pretty much a standard where you could take any horse on the backside. They could go 3 furlongs and 36.
How does he look here?
I think he looks fine. He's looking at the crowd a little bit. See him?
Yeah, he does have his head turned to the right a little bit.
He's been here, what, a week or so? He probably hasn't seen that many people here this morning.
And again, a 3/8 work, I don't think we're going to see anything flashy, which you see like this. It's again, maintenance work. He's fit, ready to go already, has a lot of races under his belt. I mean, I think this is exactly what Lonnie Briley wanted. Nothing flash, but again, just a little blowout to open up his lungs before the race.
And then different approaches from Lonnie Briley and Bob Baffert, but what do we see in the gallop out here, Simon?
I mean, just a regular gallop out. I mean, look, he went in 3/8. It's finishing up nicely. It's nothing remarkable. Joe's point, you can't learn a whole lot from a 3/8 work. You know, as long as they're moving good, they look fluid. You know, hitting the ground great. I mean, this is what's galloping out with good enough. I think
It's a very different looking work than Citizen Bull, Joe.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, not only that, Coal Battle's a little bit smaller than Citizen Bull. I think that's an aspect too. They're different sized horses, but again, I think that's training styles too. Bob's horses, I mean, they're just naturally going to go 47 and change 48 versus Lonnie Briley. He's going to go 37 and change for 3/8.
Yeah, I mean, he said 2 horse hair turns to a half mile and 48, and this work in whatever it is, 36, 37. But this horse was looking at the crowd for the first time.
Let's take a look at Baeza now. The other worker we were speaking of for Don Sheriff said he starts getting ready to roll. And this is, I mean, you want to talk about a great looking horse. I mean, he checks every box, Simon.
Well, that's what 1.2 million gets you compared to 70,000 for Coal Battle. I mean, they're both good athletes, but this one is the look. It's got the look.
He looks so good. Again, look at his transition going to breaking off at the 5/8 pole. He looks really, really good. Nice and balanced, fluid. You can see Flavian's hands are just really smooth on him, just letting him cruise.
Yeah, he's always worked in blinkers, and like I said, he's a horse that's actually, you know, progressed a little bit like Sovereignty. He was great in some of his early works, looking, swiftly jumping back. They debuted on the grass. That was probably a good introduction. Sometimes, you know, some trainers debut on the grass, even then they have a good horse, so they don't just get all hot and dirty and wired up. But yeah, I mean, he looks good. He's moving great. Nice long rein on him, relaxed.
Pay attention to his lead switch.
Right there.
See how fluid that was? Just absolutely perfect.
Yeah, you couldn't see it. I mean, to the untrained eye that you would notice there was no obvious shift in his weight or his angle or anything. Just taking a look at finishing up through the wires. And Joe, if you were the connection to Baeza, watching this work, are you happy with it?
Yeah, I would give this 4 stars. Again, the time's not flashy, 102, but again, we're 5 days out. I don't think you want to see a 59 and change or a minute and a strong gallop out just because we're so close to the race. So I think this is perfect for him. And again, look at his ears. I mean, he's in absolute cruise control. So I think he did just enough today to stretch his legs, but not too much. I mean, he looks unbelievable. Galloping up.
And again, take the trainer in context. This is a guy that's not going to send a lot of horses down there at 59. If you look at Baeza's last 5-8 works, 103, 102.
This is 102 flat.
Yep, yeah, exactly. That's perfect. That's a perfect loss work.
Yeah. And again, 5 days out. If you were 7 or maybe 8 days out, I could see maybe a little bit more of a flash alert there, 9 and 10 minutes, because you have so much more time to kind of regroup and time in between races. But 5 days out, you definitely don't want to do anything too quick.
And you speak of John Sheriff's training style, very different than Bob Baffert and Lonnie Briley.
Yeah, I mean, he with John, I was stable next to him for a little bit at Hollywood Park many years ago, and when you say treats each horse as an individual, I mean, he epitomizes that. I mean, it's day to day with every horse. I think sometimes he makes his mind up at the last minute whether he's going to train them, this and that. He has a plan, but really focuses it on the individual.
He loves the animal.
Yeah,
I know that goes as a given for anybody who dedicates their lives to waking up at 3 a.m. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They're not doing it to avoid a 9 to 5. They're doing it because they love these animals, and he is certainly the epitome of that. Baeza, just a striking specimen. What do you think his realistic chances are, Joe, if he gets in the body of the field?
I mean, it's hard not to say that doesn't have a chance. I mean, he's only run 4 times, but every single race he's improved. I mean, he went from a 65 to 87, 93, 101. I mean, if he stays on that trajectory, I don't see how he doesn't stand a chance. Now, saying that, again, he only has 4 starts, and his only stakes race he ran second in, which was a great effort, but I think seasoning is definitely a question, because again, he only broke his gate 2 starts ago, but again, I mean, it's hard to knock what he's done in a short period of time.
Yeah, the seasoning's going to be the issue. He's going to get close to 22. Look, he's going to face a field of 20. In his last 3 starts, he's only faced 17 horses combined. So the debut he ran on the grass, I don't really count that. So, I mean, and he's a horse that did look around a little bit, and Sheriff's put the blinkers on early on in his career, but he's got a legitimate chance, at least on form. I mean, if you're running second to the Kentucky Derby, maybe by half a length, 4th start, that alone says you have a shot.
And watching that, I thought he was actually trying to fight back, too. I mean, I was actually very impressed with that second place effort.
Let's check in with Caleb Keller. Juan Vargas going to be riding in his first Kentucky Derby coming up here with Cole Battle. And Juan, you just saw the workout, especially right here on the gallop out. How do you look this morning to you?
Yeah, it looks good. Very nice breeze. So I think we have it.
Now, you rode this horse all the way back at the beginning at Evangeline Downs. What was your original impressions when you first got on this horse?
Oh, the first time last year when I rode him in Briggs. His maiden Evangeline, he did good. The horse really surprised me when he won the first stake at the Delta Down. So that day he did a nice special move on the quarter pole to the wire.
How would you describe your emotions this week leading up to the big race?
Oh yeah, I'm very excited. So I can explain really clear how I feel, but it's to be in the Kentucky Derby, to ride the Kentucky Derby for jockeys, trainers, and owners, and everyone. It's the most famous race in the world. So
first time for everything, and again, Juan Vargas getting the leg up here in the Run for the Roses on Saturday with Cole Battle. Let's take a look at Burnham Square on the track right now. The winner of the Toyota Bluegrass Stakes, Keeneland, in his final prep here. He also won the Holy Bull earlier this winter at Gulfstream Park, but certainly coming in off of a brilliant performance as he is back on the correct trajectory for a Derby contender.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse that had a lot of fans down in South Florida. I mean, they jumped on him right after that Holy Bull. I know Larry Colmus, Matt Bernier, our colleagues here, and then he kind of pretty much in the found the youth. But as I
said, I think he was just getting a little too hard down there. I hate to keep repeating myself, but then, in the Fountain of Youth, he was there, the Carousel Club is there, and there's a lot of people we're talking about it. He got too hot. His work, he had a 59 work, he's been in the bar, and he comes back to the track like this, and there's no return to hair. That's a great sign.
I was going to say, I think that's absolute key for this horse. I was there Holy Bull weekend, and I remember seeing him up front and close, Simon, and he was very, very washy. I was actually very impressed during the race he did. And again, I think looking at him right now, he's not sweating, it's not getting washed out. I think his demeanor's fantastic, and I think that's absolutely key for him.
Now, Burnham Square, even with the Fountain of Youth, which was the disappointing effort on his resume, he has gotten faster each and every start. This race was faster than the one before. It's such a great pattern.
It really is, Mike, and it's funny, in the Fountain of Youth, when you look, he finished fourth by 3 lengths. He regressed. To your point, he ran a 91 Byron, which is 1 point higher than the Holy Bull, and then a 96 in the Bluegrass. So, again, he's another horse. Every single start, he's progressed and ran a better race.
Let's get back to the girls, shall we? We've got Quiet Side on the track for John Ortiz, one of the main contenders in this year's Kentucky Oaks, coming through the Arkansas Road to the Run for the Lilies. That's Quiet Side, long on talent, and she is as hot as anyone in that division.
Yes, she is. She's another one that's never been off the board in 7 career starts. Last 2 wins, the Fantasy and Honeybee down at Oaklawn Park, and that was a great point, Mike. She's been there at Oaklawn Park with 50,000-60,000 fans, so she kind of has that Derby feel, which she's going to get a lot of on Oaks Day. So I think that helps her tremendously, Simon, that she's been a part of that.
Yeah, look, the Midwest division for fillies this year has been really good. If you look at Quiet Side's past performance, she faced Immersive, she faced Good Cheer, she faced 5 King, she faced Take Charge Milady. They're all coming back, and they're all within 2 to 3 lengths of each other. I mean, clearly they're all running to beat Good Cheer. As far as the way this race shapes up, it's Good Cheer, and then you have to. It's just what does Temmin bring from the West Coast? Because we know the form of the Midwest, but yeah, John Ortiz done a great job with her. She hasn't missed a beat. She's clearly a very sound filly. She broke her maiden at Saratoga last year, and she hasn't missed a beat. A couple of races in August, October, November, January, February, March, and here we are, the first Friday in May. So she held her condition well. She's moving well. See how she works. Looking at some of her other work, she'll rattle down there at 59 pretty easily. So she's a very, very good workhorse.
And you can join the conversation on YouTube. At FanDuel Racing is the handle for all of you trying to find us on YouTube. Jump in the chat and give us your thoughts. You're live here on Breakfast at the Kentucky Derby, and it's Breakfast for the Oaks as well. Quiet Side, one of the main contenders in that Run for the Lilies. Who's got going by here? We've got another Oaks horse out there with it.
Can we just give a quick update on those times? Watch those workouts, or we should wait?
Let's talk about Admire Daytona for a moment, and then we'll get to those times because kind of a shockingly fast work from the champion 2-year-old.
Yeah.
There's Admire Daytona, Japanese horse, coming to say hello to his American fans.
Well, these horses, I mean, for the most part, we've touched on these Japanese runners. We got to see them a lot here in the States the last, 7 to 10 years. Like we said, they spend a lot of time outside of the barn. They do this. They can walk on the track. A lot of horses here, Mike, you couldn't walk on the track like this before. So I think it's too wound up. But this is typical of the Japanese runners. Very calm, very relaxed.
Kind of has that cold battle feel.
Yeah.
Just walking like that, just kind of taking in all the fans. I love that. And not only that, these fans, especially if it's their first time here, look how happy that makes them just to be so close to a Derby contender like that. I think, again, I love how Churchill Downs just opened it up and let people do that. Because, again, if this is your first time ever going to a racetrack, especially in the morning, I mean, this is a once in a lifetime to be right 5 feet away from a Derby contender.
Well, to Mike's point, the seats, the front row seats here in horse racing. I mean, to get them, to go into a training camp, we have to watch Hard Knocks on HBO, right? But here, they let you in and you can come and see. It's great.
Let's check in with Scott Hazelton. We have one coming out on the track. Scott.
Well, we're actually back here at 42, and there must be something in this patch of grass because this is the same spot yesterday where we saw Cole Battle grazing later in the morning. We're looking at American Promise, the big son of Justify, the Virginia Derby winner over at Colonial for Dwayne Lucas. So he's come a couple of barns over to find this prime piece of grass here at Churchill Downs. And I think an example of watching this horse graze, you can see how he's got to extend his front leg out in order to get down, just showing you the size of this this horse. I think that this is a perfect example of showing you the size of the horse and his physical makeup and his need to extend his front leg out, whatever one it is. He's got his left front out right now just to be able to get down to the grass. So a big horse, a shiny horse. He's got his Kentucky Derby blanket on right now as he grazes. So a great perspective, I think, just again of how big he is, and even to use his frame to get down and extend that front leg out in order so he can reach down and get the grass down here in this spot here at Churchill Downs.
They're going to start charging people to get in there and graze at some point. Yep. This patch of grass keeps producing Derby winners.
I mean, he's a big horse. He's about 17 hands. And again, I mean, people don't understand what that is. One hand is 4 inches. The way we measure a racehorse is not from the top of the head. It's actually from the top of the withers. So see where that blanket just goes over the top of his withers? From there down to the ground, he's 17 hands. So 17 times 4. So that's 68 inches from the top of the withers down to the ground.
Mike, you think I could look over?
You could walk under.
You could walk under. That's the same thing.
We did a limbo.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't. You'd have to stand straight up.
You could walk under him with a pair of 6-inch stilettos on, my friend. That's
Coming through.
Oh my goodness, Joe Talbot. Remember, guys, the 8:30 show is completely different from the 7:30 show. You take a look at American Promise grazing. Let's check in with Kate.
Watching the track with Todd Fletcher, who I thought I saw Grande schooling at the gate today.
You did. Yeah, it looks like, a chance of rain the rest of the week, so I wanted to get it out of the way while we had good conditions. He's very well behaved. Everything went smoothly.
He's only had 3 prior starts. What are you seeing from him in terms of maturity? You've talked a lot about his mental capacity being great thus far, which enabled you to put him on kind of a fast track.
Yeah, I mean, he's just taking everything in stride that we've thrown at him. A mile, that's always demanding. Pass that test, backstretch out to a mile and 8 in the second start. Was able to win that, and then put forth a big run in the wood, despite having a big rough trip around the first turn, getting hung out very wide on both turns. Still finished with his legs underneath him. So, hopefully that bodes well for him stretching out to the 1.25 miles, which we always felt like is what he's looking for.
You mentioned the possibility of rain in the forecast for the next few days. How big of a deal is that to a trainer with a horse headed for the Derby or the Oaks?
I mean, it's always, a concern. It just complicates things. He doesn't really have much wet track experience. I think he would handle it, but can handle it with 19 other horses in the race and all that, that goes along with that. But that's something you can't control. Forecast on Saturday actually looks pretty good. I think this track will dry out pretty quickly if it does stop raining on race day.
Finally, what will the rest of the week look like for Grande?
Pretty much routine gallops and a paddock schooling session probably on Wednesday during the races.
Appreciate it. Todd, with a lot of other horses to train the rest of the morning, so these trainers keep it busy and helping us get our steps in, guys.
Oh, you'll get to 10,000 by the time the show is over, Kate. And as we just saw Grande there on the track. Have we given Grande enough due? This was a horse that ran very well in the Wood Memorial. He is certainly lightly raced coming into his own. And kind of the way the horse racing gods mess with people, right? You have you miss with the favorite last year. You have your favorite scratch the year before, and then you come in with the horse under the radar. That's the one you win the Derby with, right?
Yeah, that's how it plays out in a fairy tale ending.
Let's check in once again with Scott Hazelton.
A little bat time here for Cole Battle as he took a couple of laps around the shed road just to cool out, and obviously still part of the cool out situation here, but getting a bath as he's being sudsed up, and you can see the steam rising off of him. No better shots than seeing the steam rise off of a horse after they put in some work. You can see Lonnie Briley coming over just to keep his attention right now focused on just standing still. I mean, obviously that is a component of a horse getting a bath or in these situations where they need to just be kept in one place, but he's behaving himself, and Lonnie's going over him here, so getting sudsed up and going to be hosed off, and then take some more laps to cool out. Typically a cool out process after a workout to 20 to sometimes 30, 40 minutes. Obviously they got a lot of time here this morning to spend with a Kentucky Derby contender like Cole Battle. So it is bath time for the Rebel Stakes winner as he put in that 3/8 workout just a few minutes back here at Churchill Down. With that, let's check in with Caleb.
Baeza, 5 panels in 102. John, was it what you're hoping for this morning?
Yeah, we didn't want it to go too fast this morning. So 5 days out from the race, and mainly as a chance for Fabian to get to know the horse.
First time that he's ever been aboard this one?
Yes.
Obviously, you've won the Kentucky Derby before with Giacomo and also had some big runs like with his brother, Tiago. How would you compare Baeza to some of the other horses you brought, namely the winner?
Well, he's entirely different. Baeza gets over the ground really nicely. He has a very efficient stride. He doesn't hit the ground hard. He's just a very intense horse. He's a sharp horse.
Now, even though he's a bit light on race experience, he's had a lot of workouts. Like started back in June, trained all through Del Mar. Did you take the long-term approach to get into that first race in December?
Not really. He didn't come into the barn until the end of May. So, we had to take our time because it takes a while for horses to adapt to the racetrack and their bones have to get a little denser, ligaments a little stronger, so that all takes time. And knowing that he was pretty full, we didn't want to push him real hard at the beginning. So it's just a gradual process, but we wanted to get a race into it at the end of Del Mar meet.
I'm sure this experience is a little bit different than others with the uncertainty of getting into the race, but how does that feel, not knowing if you're in or not?
A little awkward. It's hard. It's difficult to kind of not know if you're going to be in or not.
And the crew, I'm sure, very pleased and enjoying it, but look great on the track, and best luck this weekend.
Thank you.
And once again, Flavio Prat, this will be the first time that he has ridden Baeza, and essentially this morning, first time he has been aboard this star pole in the making.
Baffert is just getting back from watching another set of workers after his Derby worker, Citizen Bull. Martin Garcia's kept busy as well. He's now talking to assistant trainers and some of the people in Bob's crew about the last horse he got off of. We're going to try to talk to him about Citizen Bull's work as well as follow up with Bob, but Citizen Bull, with his bath done and completed, is going to walk the shed for about the next 30 minutes or so. We'll check in to see the response to the workout that we saw on the track.
That gives us an opportunity to address the times of this workout. Now, we were texted the times earlier from Andy Biancone, and Citizen Bull, he looked great in the workout, but he went very fast.
Yeah, I mean, I got the splits here. I don't know whether it's official, but according to our reports, 11 and 3 the first 8. That's pretty quick. That's way they run that fast.
And he looked it too visually.
First opening quarter 23 and 2. That's you see that in resource time. And then was it? Excuse me, 23 for 45 and 4 for the half mile, and then 58 for 5.
Yeah, they might not run the opening half of the Derby in 45.
No, they won't. They won't.
So
they might if he's on the lead.
Yeah. So is that bad that he went this fast? I mean, this has been too much too soon.
I mean, I'll say visually, I think that was a great work because Martin, I don't think was asking him. He was doing it kind of within himself, but I think that's way too much 5 days out because, I mean, he galloped out. Not only did he go 45 and change, 58, I think he galloped out 7/8 and what? 127.
Stick Furlong's in 112.
Yeah.
Horse has been working 115 here. 127 for 7/8.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, look, you can put whatever spin you want on it, but it just seems too fast, and that'll put him on his toes as well coming out of the work. He's going to be fired up. So I mean, it just enhances the fact he might come out of there running on Saturday.
Yeah.
Let's take it with Scott.
Lonnie, the final bit of work's in. You clicked off 12s and 3/8, 36. You happy with that?
Yes, very happy. I want to gut him out, like I said, but I wanted to get enough out of it. He did it. He had 2 horses kind of scoot in front of him. He grabbed a bit, and I was a little worried for a minute. But then I come around the turn, galloped on good, and started kicking and bucking like he usually does after the work. And but took his little sip of water, and it was good. So we happy with that.
What'll be the plan here in the next few days to get you to Saturday?
He'll walk tomorrow, and then the next day he'll probably jog and gallop. Race. But he's good. I mean, still doesn't have a pimple on it, you know.
Give off that easy vibe as well. How are you handling this week and the pressure starting to ramp up a bit and all the attention ramp up?
It's pretty nerve-wracking, you know. I mean, you always think, you know, about the race and the horse and everything, and then the interview, stuff like that. I mean, you know, it's something you don't go through every year, you know, much time in my lifetime. But it's just a lot of pressure. Same token, you gotta kind of enjoy it, you know. And you need a lot of maximum.
Amazing places that these horses take. It's so happy that you're here, Lonnie, and good luck in the coming days. We'll check back in with you in the next few mornings.
Very much. You'll be wonderful.
We need to play poker with him. Man, he's nervous. You can't tell. That's the guy I want to be in a foxhole with.
Right. You're talking about how nervous he is. I think his heart rate went up to like 65 beats per minute. At any rate, Lonnie Briley. And I wanted to ask you this, Simon. When you come to the Derby with just one horse like Lonnie Briley, as opposed to Todd Pletcher, he's got horses all throughout those stakes races and the undercard.
It helps a lot when you have more because you have more distractions, more to do. You saw Bob Baffert there; he didn't even get the post-workout report from Citizen Bull because he's got other horses to work. So, it's like I think there with one horse and one horse only, and it consumes you all day long, like 11, 12 hours a day. You're out here and people asking you questions. You focus, you're worrying about everything. Sometimes it's better to be a little busier and have more distraction.
Let's look at Todd Pletcher, Bill Mott, as they're having a couple of words out there. As we have just a few workers today for the Derby. We're going to get a chance to get into some of those Oaks works later today.
Yep.
But we've got a lot of discussion yet to come. I'm still really interested to hear what comes out of the Baffert camp about that work with Citizen Bull. At this point, that's the only work we've seen that wasn't perfect or ideal all week long. So we have no idea if he's going to be I'm assuming he's not going to be happy with it, but even if he's unhappy, poker face time.
Exactly.
Poker face time, right?
There's something that you talk to Martin and back at the barn, and there's probably the version that we get, you know, but he'll cool out. We saw a couple of horses that just touch on their bath, you know, they come back. People always ask, well, how long do you cool them out? They usually work about 10 minutes, and then they have a bath, and then walk for about 30 minutes, but you let them sip water every round so they don't, you know, get in their head in their bucket and drink gallons.
So, the trainer workout profile for Bob Baffert, a swift one is sub 1 minute for 5 furlongs, a strong gallop out, at least a quarter mile, and it consistent works, no gaps in the training pattern. Is that your experience, Joe? Having worked horses for him?
Oh, yes. And again, to Simon's point earlier, he really emphasizes the gallop out, and that's why they're just so fit. So even when they go, say, a short half, they're going out another 5/8 and 3/4.
And 2 furlongs, Mike, to every workout that a Baffert horse does.
Let's check in with Kate Bradar.
We are still awaiting word from the Baffert camp or for Bob to come back and tell us his opinions of the workout. Now, I spoke to Martin Garcia, who said the horse was just cruising. He was on cruise control, but he did say he wanted to talk to Bob before he talked to us to give us anything official on camera. He said I was only supposed to work half a mile, but he did it so easily. His ears were twitching back and forth. He said, Martin said, that he believes the track is very, very fast and the type of track that Citizen Bull relishes. So again, we'll wait to hear from Bob as well as follow up with Martin as soon as he comes out.
Okay, the track might be fast. It ain't that fast, right? I mean, that's really fast.
Yeah, I mean, if you go sub 46, I don't care if it's pavement. That's cooking along pretty good. And again, we're not 7 or 8 days out. We're 5 days out. Right. So, I mean, he's going to probably walk the next day, maybe 2 days, and then jog, gallop, run.
I mean, if I was training that horse to look down at the watch and saw that, I'd have the biggest head would just fall in my stomach. I'd be like thrown up in my mouth.
And again, talking about pace, they might not go that quick to open at half.
Right.
And we're 5 days out. I mean, just to put that into perspective, how quick that is.
Flip side of that is like, oh, the Derby's easier. They won't go that fast.
Right. I mean, we're we're sitting here and talking about all the concerns. He comes up and wins on Saturday. All this means nothing. Right.
I think he's an absolute machine.
Right.
If he wins Saturday, just coming off of this, because again, that's pretty quick. And again, it's not like he went 45-4 to open and hasn't pulled right up. I mean, he kept going out 58 and change, which that alone is very much less on the gallop.
And that's without 19 other horses breathing down his neck. That was so.
We've got about 1,000 of our best friends here on the rail enjoying the morning works as we are getting ready for Kentucky Derby 151. And join us on our YouTube channel, and that is at FanDuel Racing. And check this out. Join the conversation. The poll right now is which horsemanship skill should Andy do next? Right now, it's I think the horse spot or polo wraps. Those are running away with it. Bridle a horse 14. I'm a little disappointed that the horse's tongue is only getting 11% of the vote right now. Just add your vote into the YouTube chat. Just write A, B, C, or D, whichever you want to see. We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll have more discussion here on the three works we saw this morning. We'll get into some of those Oaks runners as well, and we'll continue our coverage from breakfast at the Kentucky Derby.
Chance to be aboard a Baeza for that 5 furlong drill in 102. And what was the goal for this work? And do you feel like you achieved it?
Yeah, it was just a maintenance walk. Obviously, the race is in 5 days if it gets in, and so we didn't want to too much either, and just to get a feel of it.
How did he feel?
Yeah, it feels good. He left the ball nice and easy, but he picked it up down the lane, and he's a good mover, and so yeah, I'm very pleased with him.
Now, on the racing form for the last, I believe, 2 years, you don't have any mounts for John Cherish. You mentioned if you go back a little further, you've ridden M1 for him. But how did this mount come to be if you have a chance to ride him if he gets in?
Yeah, no, like you said, I've been playing much for Cherry, but he's a great trainer and knows how to, get to this big event and get the job done. So I'm very pleased to get a ball by his eye if he gets in.
A little bit different. Of course, you had Country House, who was the big long shot. We know what happened with him getting eventually to the winner's circle. How is it with a long shot with Neil Ecklos, but maybe with Baezi getting in? I'm sure there's a bit of uncertainty going into the week.
Yeah, a little bit, but regardless, we'll get them out, and I'll be very excited on either of them. I think they're both live horses, and we'll see what happens.
All right, Flavio Prat got a smooth 5 furlongs in, and either way, he's going to have a strong mount here. And Baezi, if he gets in, could be looking to have another Derby winner for the Daniel Puka.
Yeah, there's Blue Hens, and then there's whatever she is. I mean, an unbelievable running process that he's had right now, trying to have horses. Just having horses in 3 consecutive times.
Right, let alone winning. Right, doing on the balance stakes winner as well. Okay, Joe, you are back aboard the Equicizer, and we're going to take a look at. Well, let's do this in order.
Yeah,
Simon, what are we doing?
So we'll start with the 2015 Derby one in a minute when we'll be able to see it with Mr. Z. So Joe wants to highlight a couple of things with Mr. Z from the 2015 Derby, and then we're going to look at journalism in the 2025 Santa Anita Derby.
Okay, so we're gonna take a look at those. We're having a little technical difficulties. We have
Just a little.
we have no monitors. We can't see anything. At any rate, Joe. But what do you want to show here with these 2 races that we're talking about? Just give us a little rundown of what you're hoping to see.
So for Mr. Z, it was just his head was cut. He was in such tight quarters coming down the stretch for the first time, and he had his head turned. And I just wanted to show in the Equicizer like how you're trying to control a horse like that when they're trying to do that.
Let's go to Scott Hazelton.
Michael, morning after the workout for journalism, how did he come out of it this morning?
Yeah, great. He's had his clothes, walked the schedule the morning after. Thought he did great on the road this morning. He came up last night, so very pleased.
What's the plan here moving forward in the coming days?
Yeah, same thing we always do. Decide whether we're going to jog him or gallop him tomorrow. Have kind of a routine 5 days here, a couple of normal gallops, and get him over to the paddock in time or 2.
What's your routine?
Just take it all in stride. That's it.
How are you handling all this?
I'm handling it well. Good. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, relaxing, trying to take it all in.
You're always relaxed, my friend. And smiling too, so you're in a good spot here.
Yeah. Yeah, all good. All good.
I feel like there's more to be said. What do you want to say?
I didn't know. Good. All is good.
All is good. That sums it up.
It's kind of like right past the base. Kind of like.
It's the space I want to be in, though, Mike.
Yeah, all good.
We'll let you go.
Good to see him have a chuckle as we're this close to one of those stressful races of his life.
Great to me. He's happy with everything. I mean, having been in the position as a trainer, when you're happy, and Bill Mott was chatting to Scott Hazelton yesterday on camera, that's a good sign. That means everything's going well behind the scenes.
Okay, so the story this morning so far has been the word from Citizen Bull and standing by with Bob Baffer now is Kate Radar.
So you were saying he does cruise around here.
Yeah, it looked like he was going easy, just cruising around there, looked up for a while. I got him on like 11 and 4, 3 and change, 46 1, 15, got 12 and change, then I shut him down. And but he's happy. He's a fast horse, though.
And with his post position on the inside, how much more important is it that he showed that speed?
He's going to have to leave there like your hair's on fire when you're in the 1 hole.
So you're not unhappy with the work, or just describe.
No, I'm happy with the work. That's nothing for him. He's a fast horse, and I've been really tightening the screws on him, and he's doing really well. He's fit, but he needs to be really good. He's going to have to run harder.
Bob, when you talked about tightening the screws on him, you go back to the Santa Anita race. Is there anything else you've done differently to kind of reverse that outcome?
Well, I went real light with him. You know, he could have probably did it prep, but I didn't want to give it to him. So I thought he was good enough to handle the Santa Derby. He got a different something thrown at him. He had a little push in there, but took back a little bit. He didn't like that, but he's a free running kind of horse. So, but he's doing great. He looks fit. I mean, as good as I can get him, and happy, handled it really well. So keep feeling good about him. I feel good about him.
And your other Derby horse, Rodriguez, how does he come out of his work?
He looks good. He worked. You know, he had a great work yesterday, and but they're two good horses, so I usually walk him a couple. He's a lighter horse. I give him a couple days and walk him and go back to the track.
Finally, the Oaks filly, Tenma. He continues to impress me. They're not talking too much about her, but she seems.
That's good. That's a good thing. No, she went to the gates and stood, handled everything well. She's very aggressive. You have to watch her, but I liked her work. Her last race wasn't that great, but she was behind horses a little bit, took her back. But I love the way she worked here the other day, and she's got a lot of quality. And you know, she's got a lot of W by her name, you know, so she should be tough.
Appreciate it. I know that from here on it's bubble wrap, right?
Bubble wrap here on out.
Guys, wrap us all in bubble wrap. We'll get there.
Okay, so he had a little bit slower. He had 46 and 1 as opposed to 45 and 3.
Yeah. Look, he said he's happy. He's a fast horse. He's doing it easy, but I mean, there's training speak for us, and there's stuff that goes on behind the scenes. So I mean, look,
we'll see.
Yeah.
Let's get back on the journalism train here. The presumptive favorite of the Kentucky Derby. He had his final drill yesterday, but Joe, we're going to go through his Santa Anita Derby, and we're going to take a look at this. How did you see this? Was an eye-popping performance because of what he had to do. Let's take it right out of the gate.
Yes. Where is he? The number 2 right there. So hold on. Let me see if I can look like Humberto. Yeah. Okay. So he's just.
That's him on the rail there. Orange and green. The one.
Sorry, the one hole. I'm sorry. Yes. He's laying perfect right here, right now. So he's just third on the rail here. You can see he gets a little bit range in his head gets up. So Humberto has to take a hold. So now he kind of made a couple moves. That was one move. So now to me, he's perfect right here. But you see, he still has a pretty good hold. His head was one to come up. And then he goes down again. So we spoke about that earlier. Humberto has a little bit of drain like that. So to me, right here, he's perfect in a really good rhythm going along down the backside. So right here, Humberto's just pretty much biding his time. And then I wish we had a drone here, but Juan Hernandez on his outside actually came in and made it pretty tight on him. And then he's fine here right now. So again, he's going along. You can see he's pushing him a little bit to keep his position going into the turn there. And then coming up, number 3 is going to stop in front of this. Is where it got really good. I mean, he had to hold up. His neck actually went that way to the right. And now he's pushing along pretty good. I'm sure he said some choice words in Italian right before that happened. So this is what impressed me the most. He starts pushing him along pretty good, and he just really gets into a good rhythm. And then when he switches leads, he just takes it. Mike, I'm gonna need to blow out a candle.
You were up there a long time. Those thighs are burning. Joe, let me tell you, I mean, that is the proverbial rail trip. What about from a jockey's point of view? You can sit in the grandstands, we watch on the TV all the time. You can see what's going to happen before it happens.
Yeah.
Down on the inside, Flavian Pratt was the one I think that kind of went out and by Acer, and he forced the hand and shut the door. As a jockey, what are you thinking when you're in that moment? You're like, I'm waiting to get out. I don't want to clip heels in front of me. I don't want the horse to back up in front of me.
And that's the thing too. Like you could see earlier in the race, journalism was pulling him pretty good.
Yeah.
So when a horse is pulling you like that versus relaxing, you're really just trying to get him to come back to you without checking too hard, which he did. Because normally when you check, it's like riding a bike. It takes a while to kind of get that momentum back on. And a lot of horses, unless you're really good, don't make another run like that, which impressed me the most. But again, when he was looking in front of him, I think he knew the horse in front was going to stop, so he was trying to move his way out, but he couldn't because there was a horse right to his outside. So by then, you just really have to bide your time and wait. And again, it makes it tougher when a horse is strong because you don't want to take their momentum away from them. So you just have to be as patient as
But
possible.
he took the momentum away. And how rare is that for a horse to have the ability to be able to turn off, move outside, and then turn it back on again?
That's why I think he's an unbelievable horse. I mean, from experience, I can't tell you how many times, which is not a lot, when that happens at the threes bowl. And not only do you run on, but to win. I mean, that just doesn't.
You usually finish up third or fourth.
Yeah,
Good effort.
and that was Santa Anita Derby. It was not like there was a 1-9 and a claiming race dropping down. That was 10 lengths the best. I mean, that was the biggest prep in the nation.
But from your point of view as a jockey, it's one thing if you're on a Wednesday afternoon on a 20-1 shot and a 10 claiming you that, but when you're on the favorite for the Santa Anita Derby and you're in a jackpot there, I mean, what's going through your mind? I mean, are you just sitting there, please, let something open, or is it just going so fast?
I think from experience too, like Umberto's ridden so many races, you naturally know it's a bad spot, so you just have
sit and suffer.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, you just have to again be as patient as possible. And I think he knew the horse in front of him was a big horse that I think another John Sheriff's horse. I'm pretty sure he knew that horse was going to stop.
Yeah.
And he was right behind him, so I think the whole way down the backside, he was trying.
See it. We're gonna have to show you the drone shot right here, so you can kind of see where he was.
Yeah, this drone shot is incredible because it's going to really take in a view down the backside when Umberto was seeing.
Well, and you can also see where he is in relation to the rail, right? He comes out running straight. Yeah. They don't collapse right to the rail like you think they do on the cam view. It takes them a little bit to ease in there.
And that's the thing. Whenever you're in the one hole, you never really want to go straight to the rail. When you break, you actually want to come out a little bit.
Force everyone out a little bit.
Exactly.
And then drop down on the turn, right?
And then that way, see, so right here, this is where we showed you guys earlier, where he checked a little bit. But like right here, I think Umberto knows that this 3 horses, 40-1, he's going to stop.
Well, and that's your homework too. Like, because you know who's where and who's what. Like, if you had a 1-5 shot in front of you, he's not going to come back to you, maybe.
Right here, if I was Umberto, I would have just kept going out to at least what she's trying to do. See right here, he's trying to get to that 2 path right behind the number 2 horse. And I'm not sure who that was right to his
Barnes, that's Barnes.
Barnes, yes.
But it was
Juan Hernandez.
Flavian on Baeza kind of came over and forced everyone tight.
Which is great race riding on his part. He's pushing the favorite journalism back to that one position because he knows the number 3 is going to stop. I mean, that's race riding.
Almost, yeah.
That is A+ race riding.
It's a lot of contact right
let
there.
me tell you, I think he's fortunate and lucky that Barnes stopped.
Yeah.
If Barnes doesn't stop, he would have had to check like that the whole way and probably didn't get out. You can see Barnes is fit right now, stopping, and journalism does the rest. But again, that was this drone shot. That was race riding to keep the favorite that you need to be behind that other horse. I thought that was fantastic.
I think another thing that shows Mike, yes, Baeza ran a good race. I'm not taking anything away from him. And he does come back there in the end. But he had a 6-7 length head start on journalism, you know? He came and got him.
Those drone views are very revealing because it looks far different than pan.
Yeah.
When you get to see that drone shot. One of the things that actually, he covered less ground than I thought because I thought he really had to angle out. But with that contact he was making with Barnes, he just kind of pushed his way out into the 3 path. I thought he had to go all the way out to the 5 path to get free. All right, we're losing your mic. This has been a banner show here today. Let's go to Kate and Bradar.
Well, one day after a workout for Sovereignty with Bill Mott, Bill, how's he looking this morning?
Look good. I mean, legs look good. He ate up. I mean, he's got a great appetite. And, we had him out and walked Pedro this morning, and he went back in and laid down and took a nap. So he's taking care of himself and eating well, but he seemed all good to me.
There's been a lot of discussion about his action, his demeanor, everything here at Churchill versus down in South Florida. Do you see any differences in terms of how he takes it to the track? Or, I mean, obviously his race last year in the Street Sense was one of his best races, at least up until that point.
I wouldn't know exactly what they're talking about. He seems like he's pretty consistent to me. He's normal. I mean, he's a very horse that's very alert. You know what I mean? He's always on when he's on the track. I mean, he's always ready. He's looking around, just very curious about everything that's going on around him. But turning to gallop or whatever you do. I mean, he's very much business at that point. But I think he's settling in and moving very well over the track. I think the way he gets over the track is very good. He doesn't struggle with it at all, and his works have been indicative of that. He's had 2 works here. A week ago we put a good strong work in him, and yesterday I'd say a useful work, but not. We already know he can run. We already know he can run fast. We had, he was 5/8 and 101 and 3 or 4, and when he let him out at, with furlong to go in the work, he accelerated very nicely, and I think for me, I saw what I needed to see. I feel comfortable with it.
He talked about his demeanor. I want to talk about the trainer's demeanor, because you can also be all business, but you've seen very positive, very light. We've had a lot of chats off camera, reminiscing. I know Simon said the same thing about his experiences with you, and it just seems to me like this is a little bit different with this horse coming into the Derby.
Well, it's probably the shortest priced horse that I've ever brought to the Derby. I think maybe he's accomplished. I mean, to a certain extent, he's a stake winner over the course, over the track here at Churchill, and I think if you look at the sequence of events, his races and the progression, I think it bodes well for him. I think he fits the pattern of a horse that could be very good on Derby Day.
Well, the smile kind of tells it all, guys. Phil Mott feeling very positive about his prospects going into this Saturday.
It really is, and Sovereignty looking as good as any horse here has over the past several days. Which horsemanship skills did Andy do next? Look at this. We've had a massive swing in the pole. Fake news. Those pollsters don't know what they're talking about. Tie a horse's tongue in the front at 34%. When we return here on Breakfast at the Derby, we're going to go barnstorming with Andy Bianco. To look at, we're going to go barnstorming, but first, storming the barns over at the Brendan Walton barn is Caleb Kelly.
Yesterday, East Avenue went 59-2 here for 5 furlongs at Churchill Downs. Brendan, how do you feel about that workout?
I thought it was good, Cam. Galloped out good, so it was a nice work. Yeah, and he's come out of it good. He jogged around there this morning. He looks great. So.
He went in company. How do you select a work week?
Gets over it good.
The dolphin hood on with the logo right between the eyes. But how much do you think the blinkers played into that comeback effort?
I think they helped. We kind of had to change a few things after the recent star.
Great one winner and one of the most impressive looking horses in the field. Enjoy the ride. All right, and once again, East Avenue booked that company yesterday, 59-2, and finished up very strong. And Brendan Walsh keeps good company as well. As everybody knows, it's not just the trainers, it's the assistants. It is a team effort, and a very important part of that Brendan Walsh team is Paul Madden. Walsh is right now in house rest. That's all I know. Myself with jockeys, that's no sort of jockeys. I have the license and going very average for about 4 or 5 years. Yeah, that's not something I would put on my CV. Brendan was someone that was starting to go this, and I said I would like to be an assistant, and that was 8 years ago. Horses like that are hard to come by, Typically use the word different, they're different in many ways, and I guess that's why they're good. It's a pretty cool horse. You can let down in the morning because you spend a little later, and obviously sleeps like you win, kind of put his head on your lap and rub on him and that. And he's a big boy, but he's also been soft in the back of it, When you horses in big races, if you don't get a little bit of butterflies, you don't even get this game. It's satisfying, it's gratifying that you can be in the race. I'm sure we can all say that we don't take it for granted.
Here's the thing about being an assistant trainer: it's hard work. You're the backbone of the barn, but when everything's great, pat yourself on the back. When everything goes wrong, blame the trainer.
Right.
I might get into this line of work. I could use something like it. At any rate, great look there. Peel back the curtain. Brendan Walsh barn. We've been peeling back the curtains in all barns this past week, and it's time once again to go barnstorming with Andy B and Co.
That often isn't talked about, but I do feel like makes a huge difference for certain horses is a tongue tie. So here in Norm's barn, we use pantyhose. They're very, very soft and pliable and really comfortable for horses to wear, but other trainers use different things. My dad uses strips of linen cloth. I've seen polo wraps get cut up, but any kind of soft material really works well for a tongue tie. I know tongue ties are a little bit of a controversial piece of equipment, but I'm going to show you how they can be helpful to a horse. So horses are obligate nasal breathers, which means they can't breathe through their mouth. They can only breathe through their noses. They also don't have a lingual perineum, which is on humans that piece of flesh that attaches your tongue to the bottom of their mouth. So their tongue can very easily slip back and displace their soft palate. Their soft palate separates their oral pharynx from their nasal pharynx. And when it gets displaced over and over, it can cause turbulent airflow, and there can can even be friction between the soft palate that can cause them to get an ulcer on top of their soft palate. So obviously turbulent airflow as you're running a race is never good, can cause horses stress, can cause them to panic. So just simply keeping their tongue down for the duration of time where they're exercising can eliminate a lot of issues for them. Now, I'm going to show you how to put on a tongue tie. I'll slide my hand into his mouth, and I will just gently grab his tongue. Horses have very long tongues, as you can see, and no lingual perineum, so this thing is banging. Anyways, I'll just very gently pull his tongue down like this. Take that soft piece of cloth, put it parallel to the bit. Bottom part gets wrapped around gently, like so, and fasten it snugly. Now, you kind of got to make sure it's pulled not too tight, but just enough friction to where they can't get a knot behind the bit of their tongue, as you can see. And then I will just tie this in a pretty little bow right under their chin. Boom. Perfect. His tongue is now secure. He can still move it comfortably, and the tongue is still a good, healthy color, but he just can't displace his soft palate and have turbulent airflow. Tongue tie is also super easy to take off. You just pull a little bow on your ribbon and boom, free as a bird. Thank you, Johnny.
The thing about Andy is that she has all these amazing training skills that you somewhat forget about, and then when we've done this barnstorming bit, she's a very, very accomplished horsewoman.
I love how she does this all the time, Simon, because it brings the fans that, it's one thing we can talk about it, but for her to actually do it and show people, I think that's incredible. And she really is such a good horseman at such a young age, too.
Yeah, I mean, and most people don't know you use pantyhose to tie a tongue down, right, Mike? Have you ever tried tying a tongue down with pantyhose?
No, but I have used pantyhose for something else.
Oh. But it's a very, bottom line is it's a very common procedure. They do it on the backside. I mean, 90% of horses run with a tongue tied, so don't be alarmed when you see it. Scott, don't be alarmed.
Steve Asmussen, and the morning after some work, Fantastic Publisher. How did everything go yesterday? Again, reflecting on that, how were they this morning?
Extremely happy with how they went over the racetrack. Gave light halves off of serious work 8 days previously. Came back with a lot of energy, cooled out light on their feet. Cleaned up last night. Both horses felt really well today. Came out in great shape.
It's obviously a system that's worked for you, that stiff workout, 2 works out, and then an easy one coming into the race. What is it about that pattern that you get such a response from these horses?
Well, like you said, 8 days previous to that did more than usual, just needed a good blow. Quite a while since their previous race like the Derby. And then coming back this week with both these horses, I have a lot of confidence that they go far enough. It's just want them sharp enough that they don't let the race get too far ahead of them.
Starting with Publisher, what's the best scenario for him? What's his best weapon that he brings to the mounted order?
He's horses trained really sharply. I think that obviously with the addition of Linkers, it was his fastest race to date, and needed a little better jump from him. First jump away from the gates. Don't anything that you give away is awfully hard to get back at race caliber of the Derby. But he's got a great level of ability. He's worked with horses of this caliber his whole entire career since he came in the barn, and horses that have measured up extremely well against this field.
How about Fantastic?
I think just that the key's the distance. Both horses got plenty of racing experience. I like him mentally. Publisher, I don't expect him to turn a hair. Fantastic. He's a playful horse, but not a nervous horse. He'll love the crowd. Think that they're all there to watch him. But the key to him is how far the race goes. And I think that he was, gathering up a point here and there in the mile and a 16th races. But when you went past a mile and an 8th, he separated himself. And that's what we're hoping to see.
You're no stranger to coming in these weeks with Derby horses, Oaks horses, but then also running a barn with a bunch of other horses running. How have you worked out that balance? We're focused on Derby, we're focused on Oaks, but you've got a lot more going on. How do you approach these weeks like this?
And obviously, run this many horses without liking the action. Glad we get to run. Starting Tuesday will obviously be, I think, 6 tomorrow, 3 Wednesday, 3 Thursday, 5 Friday, and 7 Saturday. Typical week in the Astros.
Getting geared up. Thank you so much, Steve.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean, he's the greatest trainer ever, right? He's won more races than anyone else. He's high atop the earnings list. I don't think there's anything he can train dirt, turf, 5 claimers, grade 1 horses.
Yeah, one thing about Steve too, he enjoys training every aspect of the horse, whether it's a $5,000 claimer, lower level allowance horse, or grade 1 races. I mean, he literally can do anything, and he has so many different outfits across the country. He could claim a horse for $5,000 at Evangeline Downs, fly there a week later and know that horse. I mean, it's absolutely insane.
I mean, he's hands-on. He's a proverbial hands-on trainer, like you said. I mean, most trainers, focus on a category for dirt horses, 3-year-olds. This guy's got everything: sprinters, one turf, long, short, everything. I mean, it's incredible. He's an animal.
But to your point, he knows that 5 claimer that he got, that Sam Houston was running, the day after the Derby. And he knows that horse. He knows his grade 1 horses. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know how he keeps it all straight. Todd Trupp told the famous story of the Preakness when they were sitting there and he's got, I don't know, like Curlin or someone like that, and they're getting ready to do all this everything. They look over and he's sitting next to him in the stakes barn filling out a training chart. He just doesn't stop.
No, it's absolutely insane. And again, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but he drove through the night from Oaklawn Park to get here in the morning. I mean, that's absolutely insane.
I'll give you a quick thing. He's run about 678 horses this year. Okay, so this year. Baffert and Pletcher combined have run 300.
Right.
So double, twice the amount, just one guy.
That's going to do it for us here. You can join the action on our YouTube channel at FanDuel Racing. This will be live on the YouTube channel. You also check it out after we sign off on the terrestrial network, as we're going to keep the Breakfast at the Kentucky Derby shows going through Thursday, May the 1st. I feel like something's going on Friday and Saturday. Anyway, we're going to end it on Thursday. We've got 3 in the books. We've got 3 more to go, or 4 in the books. We've got 3 more to go. For everybody who made this show possible, Mike Joyce, thanks for joining us here at Breakfast at Kentucky Derby. Right now, we're going to check in once again with
2 days ago, rendered judgment with 59 flat here at Trickle Down for Kenny McPeak. And Kenny, of course, he's looking like a long shot, but he hasn't proved the buyers the last 4 races. So you mentioned that you feel like he might be at his best right now.
Well, his workout this weekend was the best work he's ever put in, by far. And he's won here, and I do think he's going to like a mile and a quarter, but admittedly, he needs to find a whole nother level of talent that he hadn't shown in the afternoon. He shows he's a nice, solid horse, and by no means, he's not chopped liver, but he's got to show a complete next level to win next Saturday. Look, we're going over there with the horses doing super. We've got a rider that we're confident in. Weird things have happened.
Take Charge Milady also looking to be a live contender in the Oaks. So you mentioned that there's been a very minor issue, you called it a hangnail, but how is that progressing leading up to the race?
Well, trying to explain something like this to people who don't know much about quarter cracks and abscesses on thoroughbreds. At the top of her coronet band, about 5 or 6 days ago, she had a little abscess, which is a little small infection bubble popped out the top. Timing's rough. She had a fantastic work 2 weeks out of the race. We just what I'd call long and slow Saturday. We're trying to drive this thing out and make sure that she's real comfortable on it. She trained good on it this morning, but it really we're not going to really know until Thursday or Friday, and that's going to be kind of nip and tuck. I've cross-nominated her to the Black-Eyed Susan if for off chance she doesn't make the Kentucky Oaks. But we dealt with this going into the fantasy, and I had to scratch her in the fantasy. And we came back a week later, and she ran the best race of her life in the Ashland. So these are things we deal with regularly. I tend to be quite open about it. I've showed it to people, but fingers crossed she makes it.
How has this training experience been different this year, coming back as the reigning Derby and Oaks champion trainer?
No different. We still have to worry about horses one at a time, and that's what we did last year, and that's what we're doing this year. I think reflecting back on last year, you'll never take that for granted. I know that was an amazing weekend. Sometimes I wonder if I should just quit on Sunday morning after that one. I don't like to get any higher of a field
to make it even better, Netflix has a documentary about it, which you have, of course, been one of the stars about. So how's the reviews been for the Netflix show?
Well, I'm not under the radar anymore. I can't go to Starbucks or anything like that without somebody saying, "Hey, can I get a picture?" That's been interesting. We weren't anything but ourselves. We just were ourselves, and real proud of being a part of it. And hopefully, it's motorsport.
And lastly, how about the horse of the year herself, preparing for a race coming up this weekend?
One of the easiest horses in my career to train and be around. She's super. We planned all along Apple Blossom back in La Troy. I think it's her race to win as long as everything goes okay.
Can't even beat in the Derby and Oaks, and of course, the horse of the year coming up this weekend in Torpedo Anna.
Very open, Mike, about that.
So tell me more about an abscess. It's a very common thing.
Common injury, you wouldn't hear about it. I mean, the fact that he ran with it, horses run with him. So what a quarter crack is? Well, let's start why first it's called a quarter crack, because it happens towards the back quarter of the horse's foot. I'm going to be very basic. Say this is a horse's hoof. The coronet band is where the actual hoof stops and the hairline starts. And a quarter crack originates at that hairline, usually in the back quarter. And it's from a lot of things. It can be foot conformation, pressure going on that foot. And if there's too much pressure in one area, a crack can develop right at that hairline at the top of the coronet band, and you have to manage it. And the problem is, it's that hoof wall is very thin, and when it cracks, it's just like your fingernail. Your fingernail, it could crack, but when you get down to, I call it the meat, the soft underneath, it's very painful. And the problem is, it's not so much the pain you can cut it out, it's the infection. You get dirt in that crack, and it causes an infection, and an abscess grows. So what he said there, he's trying to dry it out. I'm sure the horse has been soaked in Epsom salt, trying to suck all that dirt out. I mean, imagine having that going on a dirt track and trying to train. So there's a lot of work that goes into it, and it's day to day.
And it's really it's not a dangerous injury. It's just a comfort whether they can race.
Yeah, I mean you could pick up the horse's foot if you get a bad quarter crack. You could just press on it like that, and they will flinch. It's just like you having a crack in your fingernail. Right. It's the tiniest thing, but if you push on it, it really hurts. That's why an NBA player gets a broken toenail or whatever, and they can't play. Right? I mean, it doesn't sound like a bad injury, but it's very painful to run on. But it's not a serious injury.
You might develop one walking up that escalator this morning.
I kept my mouth shut to avoid the fat joke today.
I couldn't help myself.
I know. It's all right. It's tough being that short. At any rate, let's take a look at the coffee talk. That's right. We're going to try and figure out who orders what in the morning. Go to FanDuel Racing on the socials, and we've got a little game for you. We want you to match the Starbucks order to the talent. We've got the Venti Hot Oat Milk Latte, the Venti Hot Latte, the Venti Ice Americano, Grande Latte, Dark Roast Black, Large Drip Coffee, Medium Drip Coffee, and Grande English Breakfast Tea.
Yeah, but it's the small print, Mike. Who's the clown that's having Grande English Breakfast Tea with a splash of cold vanilla, sweet cream, and 4 pumps of sugar-free vanilla?
Well, you just gave away that it wasn't you. So, I mean, we're trying to keep it a little poker face here, my friend. Don't give it away. We want you to figure it out.
4 pumps. That's quite a lot. You're normally 5, right? Or 4 pumps.
Oh, yeah, 5 pumps. I remember when I used to like Joe. I'd see him on the screen, like, hey, I get to work with Joe.
He might punch you in the face in a minute.
It wouldn't take much.
No, I'm just kidding. I love you.
You love this guy.
I do. I love this
guy. Yeah. I love you guys.
We love this guy. Afterwards, we're going to go to Cat and Jack. I'm going to buy some overalls. At any rate.
What's Cat and Jack?
It's the kids' clothing and pocket.
Yeah.
Oh, let's do it. Are you buying?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little Oshkosh Pagano for my boy.
Skim milk.
Let's go check in with Kate Radar.
Sappy Joseph recently arrived and saw your horses, both of them, the Oaks and the Derby, out on the track. How is everything going?
So far, so good. She's both horses early on has been getting a little keen in the gallops, and again she was today, but more relaxed. And the Equus, she's always a relaxed horse.
Let's start with the Oaks filly. Early on, has come up just a nose shy of 2 straight stakes victories. What could make the difference to get her over the hump?
But this isn't going to help her, of course, and then pace. If she gets pace thrown into it, stays well. These are horses that grain. Probably means 10 furlongs or even more. That's unusual for their fillies to want to go that kind of distance. But that's the kind of horse she is.
She's drawn toward the inside. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
When you break, then you find out. Sometimes you overplay the draw, and I try not to overthink it. If she breaks well, last time she showed a lot more speed than usual. If she was to show that kind of speed, I would think she would probably make 5th or 6th, and that would be good. That would give her her best chance.
Same question, very different situation in the Kentucky Derby with Neo Equus drawing in post position too, and right next to Citizen Bull, who's also a front runner. Can he relax? Does he have options?
Yeah, he relaxes well. You have to, if you watch him gallop, he's no strain. Anybody can gallop him. He relaxes. Unlike early on, the distance with him is a question mark. He's run fast enough on the figures when he stretched out, but I'm still like unknown as far as distance wise. Hopefully those horses can lead him and he can toe into the race. He runs better when he gets the target.
Debbie, it seemed like up until the decision was made to go, that you were kind of back and forth. Was that the question of distance that was kind of weighing on you?
Yeah, the ownership group just wanted to talk over and make sure that everybody was on board to give it a go. And once everybody got on board, then we decided to give it a go. We feel like the horses run well. It was third at Tappan Street and Sovereignty, who were legit contenders, and then he beat Burnham Square and Fountain and You. So, hey, do we feel like we're sitting on a winner? No, but it's a derby and it's a race and anything can happen, and we're gonna keep dreaming.
Does that fact make it easier or more stressful leading up to the Derby?
The Derby's always stress. It's always stress. So you just hope your horse runs his race and comes back safe and sound, and whatever it's going to be is going to be.
Finally, what will the next few days be like for each of them as far as training is concerned?
Yeah, Neo Equus should pick up the gallop a little bit tomorrow. Early on, she should just do a regular routine gallop, but she puts a lot into it.
Decision to not work the horses here at Churchill Downs, keep them at the bases that they were at respectively. What went into that?
Yeah, well, early on she ran Aqueduct, and then our barn was at Keeneland Junior Keeneland Meet, so it made sense to take her over there and work it there. We didn't want to work it there once and then come and change the surface and work again. I don't like changing surfaces a lot for horses. I think that's when you run into issues. So that was the reason for her. And then Neo Equus, it was in Florida, the weather was good, and we knew we could get consistent weather and freeze him and bring him up after his final race.
Best of luck, Safi.
Thank you very much.
Safi Joseph, kind of summarizing what it's like for everybody the next few days that it has an interest in the Kentucky Derby or Kentucky Oaks. Stressful.
It's really amazing to watch the career trajectory of Safi Joseph, because 10 years nobody knew who he was. And now he's once again at the highest level. He's such a dominant force down there in Florida, but he's another one with horses at all levels and on all surfaces.
Well, I think we saw two at Oaklawn this winter. I mean, every time he shipped in for a stake, I mean, they absolutely aired. I think we won 3 or 4, maybe more stakes races there. And not only that, as we spoke about other trainers, I mean, turf, dirt, synthetic, which they run down in Gulfstream.
That's true.
I mean, he wins in all categories, sprinting, long, I mean, just across the board.
Tremendous horseman and does a tremendous job. Let's take a look at some of the action on our YouTube channel. We've got, how about the question for Joe? How does it potentially look, sound, feel when you're breaking out of the gate on a speed horse?
For me, I mean, it's always felt the same, honestly. Whether I'm on a horse that's speed or coming from behind, I mean, I think in any instance in the gate, you just definitely want to be very alert. Make sure your horse is standing really good, not swaying back and forth. Make sure that the gate handler just has them right pointed in the V. And again, you're just very alert whether you're on a speed horse or closer.
Have you ever broke out of the gate on a quarter horse?
I have. Actually, the first horse I ever broke out the gate and a match race in Louisiana had a flipping halter on.
Yeah, really?
Which is, you put, for people that don't know, it it has like a ring in it, and when you go into the starting gate, like a rod goes, it goes like that. That way they can't flip. I didn't know. I'm like, man, this is sweet. I thought they all did.
Yeah. Look, I mean, Mike Smith, one of a great gate rider, started as a quarter horse jockey. There's a number of
69 years ago.
Yeah, but there's a number of great thoroughbred jockeys that started riding quarter horses. Gary Stevens, he rode some quarter horses back in the bush tracks in Idaho. And you can see people make the transition from quarter horse to thoroughbred. It's almost impossible to go the other way because those quarter horses will explode out of there. But the way that they come out of the gate and the way that those jockeys get them out of the gate, I think those quarter horse skills really do help them out.
Oh, quarter horse jockeys are some of the best in the world getting a horse out the gate, because a quarter horse versus a thoroughbred, a quarter horse, when they break out the gate, they're at max speed 2 jumps out the gate. A thoroughbred, I feel like they slowly kind of get there, and then, after 8 of a mile, boom, they're 39 miles an hour. So a quarter horse, if you're not ready, you could literally fly off the back out the start gate if you're not prepared.
Mike Smith said that a quarter horse drops down and explodes, whereas a thoroughbred goes straight or kind of goes up when they jump out of the gate. And he said it's a totally different feeling. At any rate, okay, let's see if we've got another question for Joe Talamo or Simon Bray. At some point, maybe Joe could discuss Lead Kingdom. What what they look like, and why. I think we should do that on the Equisider tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Me and Simon will talk in depth about that tomorrow because it's a very, very important thing, especially in the U.S. I feel like if you watch a lot of races across the world, England, Japan, Hong Kong, a lot of those horses, they don't really switch leads much because sometimes it's on a a straightaway or their configuration is a lot different. But here in America, it's very important because the turns are tighter. I don't think you could go around the turn in America on your right lead. It would. I just don't think it could happen. And if not, you would blow the turn.
And to Joe's point, it's American racing. Every track is an oval. 52 racetracks in the UK, not one of them the same. It's NASCAR to Formula One, right? I mean, you're spinning around in a circle. So, yeah, we'll explain that because it's a term that gets thrown around a lot. And I think the uninitiated, people that don't follow sport don't really understand it and can't really see it. Even people that have been in the game for a long time on the edge, don't really understand it. So
I've been watching races for 45 years, and I still ask you guys. Was that the lead? Was he on the line? All right. At any rate, let's take a look at journalism. This will be a good example of the lead change. Joe, take us through this.
I mean, it's just so flawless. Right now, his left foot is leading right now. Now watch this. Now his right foot's leading. That's in front of him. That is an absolutely flawless lead change. Now sometimes we'll try and find some tomorrow to explain to you guys, but sometimes down the stretch, horses are reluctant to switch from that left lead to right lead. And that's where, as a jockey, you want to try and move the reins in a certain direction to try and flip them over to the right lead.
And what you'll see as a viewer watching on the screen or in the stands when they're on the left lead, say it's a horse, you're going to see him jump back to his left lead on the turn there. And what you're going to see in a race, more often than not, if they hang on that left lead, the stride will shorten and they'll look very fatigued because that's exactly what's happening. And the stride looks awkward. Even someone that doesn't watch a lot could see the difference. And if a horse comes down the center track on the right lead, but yeah, it makes a big difference. But without getting into too much detail, we'll kind of explain that either tomorrow or the next day.
All right, so we'll get more in depth with that tomorrow. Then there's a question for me. Question for Mike. What are the go-to Kentucky Derby cigars? So last year, Romeo and Julieta made a 150th commemorative Derby cigar. Romeo and Julieta was founded the same year as the first Kentucky Derby. So even though this is Derby 151, it's the 150th anniversary of the first Derby. Okay. Because Derby 1 is year 0, right? So this year, there is a Romeo and Julieta 150th anniversary cigar for Romeo and Julieta. And that is going to be my go-to Derby smoke. In fact, I had one yesterday with a good friend of mine named Griffin Johnson. Wow. More on that. We have a series coming up. Griffin Johnson, Jason Worth, and Aaron Wellman all joined me at the Louisville Thoroughbred Society, and you can watch later today. We are going to premiere the Griffin Johnson on our YouTube channel, and I have a nice little segment called Blow and Smoke. They came to the cigar club. We talked racing, we talked content creation, we talked baseball, we talked all of it. Check it out.
Is he old enough to smoke? Is he old enough to smoke, Griffin Johnson?
I didn't idea, but
why don't you bring us 2 cigars tomorrow?
No, you can pass away. Are you a cigar smoker?
I mean, if it's free, I'll do it.
All right, well, I'll bring a cigar, and tomorrow on Barnstorming, we're going to have Andy Biancone tongue-tie these 2 clowns. Thank you for joining us here. Breakfast at the Derby. We'll continue tomorrow live from Driftwell Downs.
posible. No, porque no pongo un ratito más. No, no, y se le está ganando el trabajo. Pero para comprarse iPhone, se compró un iPhone. El último iPhone. Y yo le dije, ¿en serio, Mari? O sea, tanto que te hago yo trabajando para comprar un teléfono. ¿Para qué? Es que a mí no me da más. No digas tú. No, que el teléfono estaba, que no da más. El teléfono es nada, no digas nada. Sí, mi amor.